I think that's no problem. I'll give you a couple minutes to set up. Go. No hurry. This will be a long day anyway. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the December 11th, 2018 Board of Supervisors meeting. Before I start, I want to acknowledge the passing of the Honorable Jim West, Mayor of San Juan Bautista, this past week. Jim was very involved in the community, as all of us know, and many of us were his friends. He served not only as mayor of San Juan Bautista, but recently on Hazel Hawkins Hospital Board. He was one of the founding commissioners of the Parks and Recreation Committee of San Bernardino County. And it was instrumental on our general plan revision. Belonged to many charitable organizations, United Way, Rotary, just name a few, and he's to be sorely missed. So with that, I hope we, after the pledge led by Supervisor Munzer, we could stand in a moment of silence and prayers and thoughts for our friend, Mr. Jim West. Supervisor Munzer, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Certainly. Ready? Salute. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Can I have an acknowledgement of certificate of posting?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, hearing none. We'll move on to presentation and recognitions, which I don't know about this one, first one, but I'll turn it over to Supervisor Munzer.
Go down to the podium.
Yeah.
So it is with great honor as Vice Chair this year of presenting this plaque to you, Supervisor Anthony Patello, for doing such a great job as our board chairman, and wishing you many more successful years.
Oh, thank you, Supervisor Munzer. Thank you, everyone. I didn't have a speech when I assumed the chairmanship, but now you have to bear with me. I have a small speech I feel that I need to read, so I appreciate it. I want to thank first the people of San Diego County for the privilege of serving as a county supervisor, and that's what it is. It's a privilege and honor, and it's something I will always cherish. I want to thank all of the dedicated county employees, department heads, elected department heads, the county clerk, the county council, and CEO Espinosa. We're small in number in a lot of our departments and staffing, and we're expected to do big things. And it amazes me what we are able to accomplish. I want to thank Supervisor Rivas, Supervisor Medina, Supervisor De La Cruz, and Supervisor Munzer. Nothing gets done unless we all work as a team for the betterment of the entire county. Supervisor Munzer, it has been a pleasure working with you. You have been proven to be a tireless leader, working on many county projects, committees, that the general public never hears about. You've been a regional leader, being chairman on boards such as AMBAG, Monterey Pollution Air Control Board, and Mobility Partnership. Thank you for your leadership in the homeless program, cleaning up Southside Hospital, improving fire protection in the greater San Diego County, and many other accomplishments. Good luck to you and Carol. I'm very proud of the accomplishments of San Diego County that in 2018. It was a busy year, and I would like to go over a few highlights. At the beginning of the year, in order to address deficiencies that the county has in its organization, staffing, and services, the board made a commitment to improve revenue. The board took a number of paths to accomplish this goal. Excuse me. You know what? Do we have Kleenex or something? I appreciate that. Suffering from a little cold. I'm sorry. Thank you. That'll work. First, we placed a number of taxes on the ballot this year. In June, the county was successful with Measure C, the cannabis tax. Hopefully, in reaching the full potential of this revenue, it will improve public safety as we get more deputies on the street and improve other services. The county was also successful with Measure B, raising the transit occupancy tax from 8% to 12%. The revenue from this source will improve the county's commitment to economic development. In November, the county had Measure H, which established a business license requirement in the unincorporated areas of the county. Not only will this assist the county with zoning compliance and enforcement, but will provide revenue for road maintenance and other services. And the big win was Measure G, a 1% sales tax to widen Highway 25 and maintain our roads. This will also open the door for additional leverage funding from the state in that San Diego County is now a self-help county. This will add millions of dollars to our roads that we did not have before. In 2018, the county reviewed and updated its fee structure to ensure that we have cost recovery for services that we provide. And we also established community finance districts on new developments to recover ongoing impacts that occur with growth. For economic development, the county is in the process of implementing zoning changes in the commercial nodes on the 101 corridor that will attract business, create jobs, and improve tax revenue. This should be done early this coming year, and hopefully applications will be submitted soon after. Besides enhancing our future revenue for San Benito County that will be enjoyed for years to come, the county has accomplished a number of big projects. Some took some time to do. The ones I'm most proud of are the multi-agency agreements and projects. To name a couple, the opening of Nash Road was a big project between the San Benito High School and the City of Hollister, working together with the county. With this road, we improved safety to the high school and opened up future development of a county regional park that may link to city facilities in the future. The City of San Juan Bautista, Hollister, and the county entered into a contract with Recology for waste pickup, which Recology was the low bidder for services to the public. I know there's a frustration right now on the increased costs, but much of this is driven by state mandates for diversion of waste away from our landfills. The parties also agreed to a new fire protection contract. It was not easy getting everybody on the same page. A lot of work was done with the cities and county. Also, we entered into a contract for energy services with ENGIE. The scope of the work includes new energy-efficient lighting, improved HVAC systems in a number of buildings, and development of solar on county properties. The cost is over $8 million, financed through savings generated from the energy savings. It is projected the county will realize $11 million in net savings over the 30-year lifespan of this project. This will reduce county energy costs by 80% and, of course, our carbon footprint. Looking forward, the jail project should be completed next year, and to date, RMA needs to be commended on keeping this project on time and in budget. RMA and John Gurdon got the bridge projects back on track. There was a real concern that these projects were in jeopardy of being canceled and the county being liable for millions of dollars on delinquent work. Construction on a number of bridges should begin soon. John saved that for us and deserves credit for a job well done. In today's meeting, we are in all likelihood going to approve a cannabis ordinance. And moving forward, in awarding contracts for a new behavioral health building with construction beginning in the spring. We also hope to complete early next year a new agreement with Waste Connections on John Smith landfill. And I do need to mention Jim Riding Sword and his team has done a really great job in making a difference in lives of some of our homeless citizens. We hope to provide temporary sheltering, provide help to individuals to help them get off the street. We are seeing dividends in his efforts, and other counties want to copy what San Benito County is doing today. There is more, but we do have a meeting. So in closing, as a supervisor that's been around for a while, I've never been more optimistic for the San Benito County's future. I'm looking forward to working with the new members of the board, Supervisors-elect Jim Gilio and Supervisor-elect Peter Hernandez, and continue working with Supervisor Medina and Supervisor De La Cruz to meet the challenges that we undoubtedly will face in 2019. Thank you, and happy holidays. Okay, after that long-winded speech, we'll move on to our second presentation, a certificate of recognition to Ray Pierce, Planning Commissioner for 8 years. Supervisor Munzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ray, if you could hire me at the podium? Ray has been my planning commissioner for these 8 years, and feel like he was my chief of staff, a staff of one. He was the one. I was always able to bounce things off of him, ideas, issues, and he would come to me with any issues for the planning commissioner. We had a great working relationship, and I appreciate his time, his dedication, and everything he did on the planning commissioner. Ray, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'd speak long, but Anthony took all my time.
I'm afraid so.
Yeah, I remember 8 years ago, we all looked a lot younger, right? And it's been a great opportunity. I want to thank Jerry, really, for tapping me on the shoulder and asking me to step forward. Planning's always been sort of a passion of mine, and so he allowed me to kind of fulfill that sort of dream goal thing of mine. So I appreciate it. It's been great working with Barbara and all the staff. We miss you when you moved up. So thank you very much. Thank you for the certificate. Have a great rest of the year.
Thank you, Ray.
Okay. Thank you, Ray. Now it's the opportunity for public comment, and this is for items not on today's agenda today. This is the opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. No action can be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 5495 4.2. And please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Do we have any speaker cards, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Susie Caston.
Good morning. I just wanted to take a quick.
Done.
Okay, well, that
Not
was
3 seconds, 3 minutes.
Let's try that again.
Give her another 3 seconds.
I guess some of you know me.
Well, why don't you go ahead and wing it,
Anyway,
Susie?
I just wanted to come up here and say thank you to the Board of Supervisors, to the admin department, to all the staff. On behalf of SEIU, we've worked really hard with you guys this year, and we truly appreciate everything that you've done for our employees. We've got some challenging times ahead of us, but I look forward to the partnership in the future. I appreciate everything that you've done, and I just wanted to say happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other speaker cards.
Would anyone else like to address the board? Seeing none, we'll move on to department head announcements. CAO Espinoza.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have an announcement out of our RMA department. We have our director, John Gerton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to bring Adam Goldstone up for an announcement relative to our energy project.
Hi, good morning. As Supervisor Botello mentioned about the energy project, it's actually going to get underway tomorrow, and you will see a lot of work beginning over the next week or so with the closure of some parking areas throughout county facilities as they do the solar project first. I wanted to pay particular attention to effects for this building and these meetings. We will have a rather significant parking reduction for at least a couple months as we close the lot across the street and the bulk of the parking behind the probation office between Hall of Records and probation. That is to allow for the solar canopies to be constructed. So those areas will be closed off. Parking will be limited, so just plan ahead and come a little earlier.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
So I want to first thank our current tax collector treasurer for all of her dedication and work over the years in the tax office, Mary Lou Andretti. I know she's not here, but I wanted to mention that and tell her thanks for the collaboration she's had with administration. With that being said, I also wanted to ask Melinda Casillas to come up to the podium. She's not aware of this and did not want this to happen, but it is going to happen. And Melinda Casillas has worked in administration or within the county for over 17 years, and she has spent many, many hours, after hours on the holidays, during the weekend, working on many different things. And in particular, she's helped the county administrative office and the budget side with me approximately the last 7 years or so in the office, and she's done a fantastic job. We're able to institute a new ERP system utilizing Tyler New World Systems, as well as OpenGov for transparency. So there's been a lot of work that she's done, and has been very beneficial to us in the budgeting process, has streamlined the budgeting process itself. We used to, I think, budget, it took a week, and I think even longer at times, in a really intense budget periods, and now we're down to less than a day now. So without her help and without her participation in our office, we would not be there. So I want to definitely thank you for everything and congratulate her on her new adventure. She's not going far. She's going to be our new tax collector treasurer, public administrator. So congratulations to her, and I just wanted to say thank you for everything.
Well, this is very unexpected. Thank you. I would like to thank the board and Ray. This has been a wonderful opportunity. I've learned a lot. I think we've made a great impact on the budgeting process. There's been a lot of challenges. I've learned a lot from this position. I'm excited to move on to my new position, and there's going to be a lot of challenges facing that office too. We now have the cannabis issues that we're dealing with, and also the business license tax. So I'm not going far. I'll still be here. So thank you very much. I appreciate working with all of you and all the help that you gave me to make the process a lot easier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Melinda. You've done a great job for us through the years at your position here, and I look forward to seeing you in the treasurer's office. Any other announcements?
Yes, we have another announcement out of County Counsel's office.
I'm making an announcement regarding 3 agenda items. These are all on consent. Item number 4, the impact fee report was passed out to the board, and it was also made available to the public in the back. This is a draft. It's the impact fee. It's being released to the public at this time, but it will come back at the first regular board meeting in January for the board to formally accept it. If there's any additional technical changes that are made to that impact fee report, they'll be posted on the website by December 23rd. State law requires, as far as agenda item number 9, state law requires an oral report, so I should mention that bonus applies to all the bargaining units, as mentioned in the staff report, including the unrepresented employees as well, and that includes all appointed department heads and all elected officials of the county. And as far as item number 19, there was a request to add RMA to have the same hours as the assessor's office. So Exhibit A of that item will indicate that Resource Management Agency will also be closed from December 24th and reopen on January 2nd.
That's all the announcements, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. We'll move on to board announcements. Supervisor Medina?
None, sir.
Thank you. Supervisor De La Cruz?
Yes, mine will be real short, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank you
Thank you.
for leading 2018. I've been in here as long as you have, close to 14 years. As a county supervisor, been elected 4 times, as you have. And we have seen the county go through leaps and bounds, you and I. But I can honestly say that as a county supervisor for 4 terms, 14 years, going into our 15th year, leadership is going to count the most, especially leadership from the public, because we now have Measure G, Measure C, B, H, all in place, and that's going to be very important to make sure, because when government has money, they have a tendency to spend it instead of look at the long term. And I think we're going to have that challenge in front of us. And we will, through your leadership, 2018, you set the groundwork for those type of mechanism and that type of management style. And so for that, thank you very much for your leadership. I also like to thank Roland Rendez, Homer Spencer, Marty Richmond, and of course the mayor for being reelected to the Hollister City Council. It's amazing how sometimes when you have an entire new city council member, the excitement and the hope instills on them, and I hope that will continue for the coming years, because we also need to work with the city of Hollister to ensure that our community becomes a better community for all. And finally, Mr. Chair, as I said, I'll be short. I'd like to share a warm thoughts, and that is Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year's. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Munzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we had the moment of silence for Jim West, but I just want to voice my sympathies to his family. He was a good friend, and his passing just came at a very bad time. So I just hope and pray that that his family knows how much he was loved and appreciated in this community. Also, I want to announce that at last week's policy board meeting of the Monterey Bay Community Power, as I mentioned at the last meeting, the communities of San Luis Obispo and Morro Bay became official members of the Community Power, and the mayor of San Luis Obispo was sworn in as a policy board member. So the Monterey Bay Community Power is growing and very successful in what they are doing, and all the ratepayers should be seeing their 3% rebate, I believe, this month. It should show up on your bill in December. I also would just like to thank the residents for these 8 years of serving at this position. It has been an honor and a pleasure representing the voters of San Benito County, working with staff, working with the regional boards, and representing San Benito County, or having the opportunity to represent San Benito County before subcommittee of Congress to allow Pinnacles to become a national park, and not quite successfully yet, but trying to get Clear Creek reopened to the off-road users. It has been an honor and a pleasure these 8 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Munzer. Last week I attended a RCRC meeting, pretty much just to kind of learn a little bit more what happened at the camp fire up in Butte County, and supervisor that sits on that board, he lost his house, and Supervisor Teeter. And just kind of want to, one of the things you do when you attend these meetings, you learn from the experiences, what happens in other counties. And as Supervisor Pedrosa, who's here with us today from Merced, would attest, it's just invaluable. And one of the reasons why they did lose so many folks up there is that there's a lot of houses and development that occurred in areas that had one way in and one way out. And I left that meeting trying to figure out areas in our own county that has those same circumstances. And I think that's something that we all should give some thought to, as far as how we could avoid something like that happening in San Bernardino County. I had a meeting with our OES director, Kevin O'Neill, and one of the areas that concerns me, of course, in my district is the San Juan Canyon. And we do have a secondary and third escape route, but it's not very well posted. Signage is not good, and that is something that I think we have to address with good signage and direction. And because you have visitors, new homeowners, you don't know what the circumstances are, and so that's something I want to try to work on this coming year to make sure people are safe. With that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Would any supervisors like to pull an
Number
item?
22, please.
22. Any other supervisors want to pull any items? Any items from the public that would like to be pulled? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair,
I'll entertain-
Mr. Chair, item number 16.
Item 16. Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve amended agenda.
Second.
Consent.
As stipulated also by the, I guess, the county council's changes.
Three.
All
That's
right.
correct.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none. We'll move on to item 16. Supervisor Dave Cruz.
Yes, yes, Jim's here.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
I had a hard time in this, Jim.
Okay.
I know you emailed me, you called me, and I had other members of the department talk to me about it, and I told them, in fairness, I will take it into consideration, and this is my one-time opportunity, or my last time, to think about it, and which I'm really still undecided on it. I'm just concerned that it's going to have a ripple effect through all our other pay scale employees in our county, and so there's got to be a overwhelming reason why we want to bring in somebody at a G step when we're struggling to put our regular rank and file employees even at a G step or F step.
Okay. Well, the reason is, first of all, there is a state rule that 100% of our supervisors in child welfare services should have a master's degree in social work. We've had our 2 supervisor positions vacant since, one of them since last January. We've done 3 recruitments. We haven't been able to attract people. When we ask them why, it's because they can make more money elsewhere. And in this recruitment, we have a person who has 11 years' experience, who is a master's in social work, who comes to us with that experience and bringing them in at the top step recognizes the experience and the knowledge that they will bring to San Benito County.
You know, there's without really divulging enough information because it's a close item discussion, we're going to talk about this, not this per se, but in this department in closed session. And that just, for me, it hurts me a lot. And to have someone to come in at this high step, I demand professionals. I demand high quality work to be performed.
Yes.
I don't want to see a situation where it's going to be in closed session and we're going to have to talk about it. And so I'm going to, up until right now, I'll be honest with you, up until right now, I've been no, but I'm going to let it go and vote in favor of it.
Thank you, sir.
I want to put notice on you that I don't want the county to come into the board of supervisors in closed session. Something happened and we got to talk about this.
Thank you, sir. And I will say that I think there is a larger issue here, which, I know we're trying to address through the CAO's office. and that is that we need to do something about pay in San Benito County for employees. There's lots of reasons for it. There's lots of reasons for us to have that discussion. There's lots of reasons for us to try to solve that issue. We operate at a big disadvantage in the marketplace that we recruit in because of those issues. And so I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members? Supervisor Munzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just feel that the ramifications and ripple effects of this action are going to be felt in other departments. And my feeling is that you need to have a full board in place before this vote is taken and the new members sitting here understanding what those ratifications and ripple effects are. So I may not be voting for this. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Any other comments? I'll make a comment. Ideally, it would be great to have a full board, but a person that's out there in the job market that has experience, child protection is one of the most sensitive, libelous areas of some of the services that we provide. In fact, we're discussing something in closed session today about the ramifications of either doing the job right or doing it wrong. And it costs a lot of money. And if we have an opportunity to hire somebody that has experience and which is somewhat rare for our county based on the region that we're in and what we're competing with, I think you have to jump at that opportunity. And so I'm going to be supporting this today. But like Supervisor De La Cruz was saying, and I have to have confidence in the department heads as far as vetting out, that experience and knowledge that we're getting our money's worth, which I certainly expect that as well. But we have to move forward with this, and so that's where I'm at with this myself.
Like to make
Supervisor Medina?
like to make a motion.
Pardon me?
Like to make a motion.
Before you do, can I open it up for public comment? Is there any comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back, Supervisor Medina.
I'd like to make a motion. Approve hiring a child welfare social worker supervisor 2 at step G, SBC file number 130.
I have a motion. I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
No.
We have a 3-1 vote.
Thank you. And our staff thanks you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item 22, Supervisor Medina.
Mr. John. You're asking to approve a contract amendment with 4Leaf in the amount of $250,000 for code enforcement and planning management services. Authorize the RMA director to approve changes to the contract up to 10% of the contract amount, and authorize the county budget officer to transfer $200,000 for salary and benefits, regular to service and supplies and other consultants. The only question I have here, and we've spoke pretty candid throughout the week on this issue here. Do we have plans to bring this in-house? Is there a planning mechanism we have? Is it are any jobs available for employment at this point in time? Are they posted? Can you elaborate on that, please?
Sure. So specifically to these positions, we only have one code enforcement officer position, which is filled. We've had some I can't get into details, but with leave, and so we haven't had a full-time person for a number of months in that position. And so we've been making do with our building inspector, and we utilize the four-leaf contract, which covers building inspection already. And building inspection, a component of building inspection, of a building inspector's normal course of work would include code enforcement. So we were utilizing our in-house building inspector to support the code enforcement operations so that he could get training in both building inspection and code enforcement since he's a new employee. And that's been working well, but in order to help him not get behind on his workload, we were using four-leaf to support him on the building inspection side. Now with the code enforcement officer back on a modified work schedule, we still have some need for support in the code enforcement. So we were putting that in the contract. I don't know that we would actually use it. It was just to actually put it as job duties, so that we wouldn't necessarily have to pull our in-house building inspector off of building inspection to do code enforcement and then backfill him with building inspector. We would have the option to go either way with the consulting work. So I don't have additional positions to fill in the code enforcement area, specifically because we haven't had the resources for that. With the recent adjustment of our fees, we're still doing the analysis on whether or not we can afford additional staffing, whether that's temporary staffing or an additional position in other areas, not necessarily code enforcement, but see how our budget's going to change with anticipated revenues due to the new fee structure. So if that bears out that we can afford additional staff and we think that the workload will be there for them, then we'll be coming back with a modification for that. The salary savings that was being used that you referenced is all for management positions that we've either been unable to fill or have frozen so that we can use that salary savings. The deputy director of RMA position is one of those that's been frozen ever since it was created in order to pay for the consultant staff that are in there helping out in different areas. It gives us some flexibility at that management level. Probably what would happen if we didn't look for a planning management level position, which is the other component to this request, we would probably then go out for the deputy director position and probably specifically look for somebody. It's open to public works, integrated waste, administration. A lot of different skill sets can fit in that role, but we would probably put an emphasis on planning since that seems to be the greatest need for that position. Honestly, statewide, trying to fill these types of positions is difficult. We have, I think, a 3% unemployment rate in the state right now, which is exceptionally low, which means everybody's struggling to fill positions. At these technical positions where it requires a certain level of technical expertise, it's exceptionally hard to fill everywhere. And we've put the request out, even for consulting staff, in some of these positions, especially in the planning management realm, and they can't fill it. So we still don't have, even if we were to approve this contract, I'm not confident right now that we could fill that position because none of the consultants have been able to identify somebody to come and help us out with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if you want more numbers, just in the last 6 months, we've done 18 recruitments. And of that, we've filled 6 so far, 6 positions, and we have 12 that either we haven't been able to fill or are pending right now.
So you have 12.
12 open positions, yeah.
Any other Supervisor De La Cruz?
Yes, thank you. John, top of the list on scope of services is code enforcement services. Don't we have a person filling that position right now?
We do, yeah.
And why do we need a code enforcer if we have somebody fill that position today?
So that position has been, as I mentioned, it's been vacant on and off for different reasons over the course of the last year. So we've only had that incumbent has only been available to us for a limited amount of time. They are back, and they're back on a modified work schedule, so it's still not full-time, so we're still having to support that function. On top of that, honestly, we have more than one person we have more workload than one person can easily manage. That's why we need to go back and look at our budget and look at our workload and come back. If we think that the budget and the new fees can support an additional staff member, to come back with a recommendation for that.
So modified basically means they're not working the full 40 hours, right?
Right.
Okay.
Per doctor.
Per doctor.
Per doctor.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I know that code enforcement has been a major issue in my district, and I know I turn in things that I would like to see some action on, and very complex issues as well. And we're only one deep in code enforcement, and I'm not sure of the follow-up, after that person is out visiting this, the site. And, I've been pushing for more help in that for a long time. But I certainly, I'm going to support this today, but I would like going forward a continued recruitment process and trying to get, people that work for us, that will be consistently, getting a county paycheck rather, than a company paycheck. And I know that's a goal of yours to do so, but in the meantime, we have a lot of work that needs to be done. But I think it's safe to say that the goal is to have county staff rather than contractual staff.
Right. Code enforcement is definitely one of the areas that we provide service where having ties to the community and relationships in the community and knowledge of the community is critical, because code enforcement is automatically contentious by nature. And so having the knowledge of the community and the respect of the community is really something that would be difficult for a consultant to do. Yeah, we definitely would prefer to have that fully staffed with internal staff.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from the public would like comment on this item? Okay, I'll bring it back.
Mr. Chair?
I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor De La Cruz?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was going to vote no on this because I'm still sticking with this code enforcer modified situation. I know we can't talk because it's personnel. I get the hint, but I think we gotta do something about it. We just can't continue to fill this position with contract positions.
Yeah. So
I think we gotta have county employees there, and because what I hear out there in the community is that somehow certain citations are not being cited and some are, and I don't care the gossip. I just want to make sure that we treat the people fair and the same.
Right.
And I don't know what the problem is, but I want you to solve this problem.
So do I. So if I could modify the request then a little bit, the planning management position is really more the critical consulting need, because that's where we have an overwhelming workload and on the current staff, and I need the support in that function. For the code enforcement, like I said, we have a solution. We've been working under that solution. It continues to put additional stress on my in-house building inspector, but we have a solution for that, and we can go back and regroup on the code enforcement issue and come back with another recommendation. So if you want to approve just moving forward, we can modify the contract just to cover the planning manager.
Okay. Supervisor Medina, I'm sorry.
Okay, I can make that motion. I'd like to approve a contract amendment with Four Leaf Incorporated, adding $250,000 to the existing contract to pay for planning management. So we're going to cross off code enforcement.
And authorize the CAO to sign an amended contract
Yes, ma'am.
For the code enforcement activity. Confirm.
for planning management services.
And not code enforcement.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none.
Thank you.
Just a second, I didn't-
I'm not sure if you added, did you state
Yes.
item number 3, the authorize the, for the transfer, the 2,200, got it.
Okay, all
I
right.
did 2 and 3 too.
Yeah, it was 1, 2, and 3. And,
All right.
and then amendment to the original language.
Yes.
We'll move on. We'll adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the IHSS Public Authority. So, we're sitting in as the Public Authority for In-Home Support Services, item 35.
Thank you,
CEO
Ms.
Espinoza.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask Mark Gregerson up. He's helping us out in our HR department currently. He's going to go ahead and discuss the resolution approving the collective bargaining agreement between IHSS and SEIU.
Good morning. My name is Mark Gregerson. I'm a consultant with Sloan Sakai, and I'm standing in for Burke Dunphy, who was the chief negotiator on this contract. What the Public Authority has before it this morning is a labor contract. Let me summarize the major terms of it. It's a one-year contract, and the key change that's included in this contract is the providers will now receive an 80-cent per hour wage supplement, which is subject to participation between the state and the federal government, which means that the county, the Public Authority really pays only 16%. We've built in some protection for the county in the event that the state subsidy would decrease. If the state subsidy decreases, so does the 80% increase, and the authority's maintenance MOE would remain the same. In addition, the third element, there's a number of cleanup items, legal updates, and memorializing past practice. What's happened with this contract is that there hasn't been a comprehensive renegotiation of the contract since 2010, and so there were some housekeeping items that needed to be addressed in this contract, and that summarizes the major changes that are included. This contract has been ratified by SEIU union membership, and the county has been notified in writing of that ratification. With that as a quick summary, I'd be delighted to answer any questions that the board has.
Okay. Any questions?
Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Cruz?
real quick and light, I just want to say that this program is very important, especially to members of our community who can't, who need assistance in their day-to-day activities, and bringing them in at this rate is to steal the cheapest buck at the highest value in return. Just want to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors and to the In-Home for their effort to join in this agreement.
Yes. CEO Espinoza.
I also like to add as well to thank Health and Human Services for their help with this as well. They kind of spearheaded this through the process, so appreciate it.
Okay, great. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Anybody from the public who would like comment on this item? With that, we'll bring it back to the board.
Make a motion to adopt a resolution approving a new collectively bargaining agreement between counties, In-Home Support Services Public Authority, and SEIU Local 2015,
And items 2 and 3.
and including item 3. 2 and 3. Thank you. I can't open up my agenda, that's why.
Okay.
2 and 3, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I have a motion and
Second.
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. We'll now adjourn as the IHSS Public Authority and reconvene as the Board of San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors. We'll move on to the regular agenda, item 36.
Thank you, Mr.
CEO.
Chair. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to invite up Lisa Faulkner, Director of First 5 for San Benito County. She's going to go ahead and present just an informational presentation regarding the strategic plan for First 5. Lisa?
Hi. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to present to the Board of Supervisors. I'd like to introduce myself as First 5 Director, but I'm also representing the First 5 Commission, which we have an 8-member board that represents different leaders in the community, and we have the pleasure to work with Supervisor Medina as our liaison between First 5 San Benito and the county. I'm here because every 4 years we're required to look at our strategic plan, and we're just at the end of our 2014-2018 strategic plan, and wanted to share with you the 2018 to 2022 strategic plan. I appreciated Chairman coming to our meeting to present the strategic plan. It did take us about an hour to get through that. So I understand you have a full agenda, and this will be the short and sweet. And I just want to highlight what's new and kind of give a little bit of background about what we invested in over the past and what our successes and why we developed our new strategies and our new plan. So one of our biggest investments over the past 5 years has been in our family wellness program. So this program includes our home visits. So we provide home visits to our most rural areas in the county. So we're out in Tres Pinos, Paisanas, and San Juan. We also offer playgroups and free early educational opportunities at our Line Street location and in various places around the county, including San Juan. So we've invested annually and we've served about 6,000 families in this family wellness program. So that really focuses on parent education and also healthy development of children 0 to 5. Another key investment area for us is our literacy program. So we're investing in story time, and we have currently over 1,000 lending books. These lending bags we send out in the community. And so what that is that each family can use these books for a week and then return them to different locations. And so we're promoting and increasing literacy routines with families. We also sent over 100 early educators to college in our community. So we have a really good working relationship with our community college, Gavilan. And we provide coaching and mentoring as well as college stipends so that early educators can go to college and also be supported in their practice at their sites. So our past fourth area was infrastructure, and I was in front of you in 2015. We became independent from San Benito County, and at that time we had done our work to look at our future as an independent entity. It turned out that we had a hunch that we would be better at attracting new resources to the community, and we found that to be true. So our current budget using Prop 10 dollars at that time was $400 and just below $500,000 annually, and to date we are at $1.2 million annually. So we're moving away from Prop 10 funding and moving on to other types of diversified funding. So looking forward to our new plan, and you do have the entire plan in front of you as background material, and the plan would be to meet with you individually to continue to gather input on phases of the new plan. But just in general, we are going to continue the first 3 areas of our strategic investment. We received data and really positive feedback from the families, so we're continuing to invest in those first 3 initiatives. We felt like we met the goal of our creating our infrastructure. We really appreciated working with the county administration, and they provided great legal service and administrative service. So it took us a couple years to replace those services, but so we won't be focusing as much in the infrastructure as a distinct category, but it will be integrated into the other strategic investments. The biggest change for First 5 that I wanted to come and also announce to the community is that after conducting a lot of interviews, focus groups, and surveys amongst our community partners and our families, we realized that First 5 was situated in a very preventative mode, and that some of the needs in our families required more than just a prevention. So we understood maybe our literacy focus wasn't just about literacy. It was also about families that were in crisis or had undergone trauma. So, and that would include homelessness and poverty. So we understood that those things alone wouldn't delay or impede normal, healthy development, but the lack of resources around those families experiencing that trauma could lead to developmental delays. So we understood too that early investment is important, but that investing in the child at that age requires us to invest in the entire family. So you'll see our new strategic area will include trauma-informed services that will include and focus on the entire family, and it will include promotion, which would be examples of that would be educational messaging. For example, now that cannabis is legal, there's maybe a misunderstanding around the dangers of using cannabis during pregnancy. That would be an example of what we could do in a promotional sense. Prevention is where we've been. It's looking at our developmental screenings, our early identification of developmental delays, and also parent education. Our new area really puts us in the intervention arena. And so what we've been doing is working with new partners for First Five and working with behavioral health, for example, law enforcement, some nonprofits that serve families that have encountered domestic violence and so forth. And so one of the centerpiece of this plan would be to establish a family resource and impact center next to First Five. So it would be a new building, and we've signed the lease on that and want to continue to work with partners to put together a plan. So our right now we're working with over 40 agencies putting together a plan. So I plan to come back in January and meet with each of you individually between now and then to discuss the plan and get your feedback and make sure that we're bringing the partners that you see should be at the table. We're very inclusive and willing to work with all our partners. We have a value that if we're going to bring a problem to the table, we're also going to bring a proposed solution. And so I guess I'll just leave it there and see if you have any questions for me about the new center. It's most of the people that have grown up here call it the Fortino building. So First Five is in a third of the Fortino building. This Family Resource Center will be in the other 2/3 of the Fortino building right next to the YMCA.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Faulkner. I think Supervisor Medina wanted this item on the agenda. Yes. I'm going to give you first opportunity to ask questions and comment.
I sit on the commission, so I want to be transparent about that. And I believe this commission, or I don't believe, I know this commission, and your organization does great things for this community.
Thank you.
I support it 100%, and that's it.
Thank you.
Supervisor David Cruz.
Oh, let me start. Well, I got a question more for legal counsel on this one. I know for a fact that, I don't know what it was a couple of years ago or earlier this year that First Five came before the Board of Supervisors asking us to sever ties with First Five and for them to become independent. So my first question, Mr. Chair, and as to legal counsel is, why are we hearing this presentation if they themselves wanted us to be separate from us?
The MOU indicates that, I don't have the exact quote from the MOU, but they are supposed to present documents to the board periodically. I believe also their strategic report on an annual basis, as well as provide reports to the board. Even though that they're technically a legal entity separate and apart, we still appoint the commissioners to the First Five Commission. And so that's the involvement that the board has on an ongoing basis, plus the obligations of the MOU that they have to come present reports to you on an annual basis.
Okay. And then the next question, Ms. Chair, is I remember, because I think I was one of the first ones subject to former Supervisor Marchi Barrios. I was on the First Five, and I don't remember the number of staff members that we had back then. This is just gone. It's grown a lot, which probably means you're doing a lot of good work out there. I just don't know what kind of good work it is. And it just seems to me that the original mission of the first 5 has kind of gone to a different direction. I question that. I also question how now you want to build a facility that's about $1 million. I have issues with that, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, so thank you for your question, because it's hard to get into all the detail in the short amount of time. So that is a lease, and if you look at the $1 million, that's projected what we'll seek in outside sources before 2022. So that $1 million, we have 5 years to make that. And if you look at, first of all, First 5 has gone in a little bit of different direction statewide and also through the associations. So what our charge is to look at systems and use money from First 5 to open up those systems. So, for example, behavioral health has a pretty strict funding stream, and then you see law enforcement, they have their funding stream. So First 5, and we've seen it in other larger counties like Alameda and San Francisco, they're asking us to look at ways to strengthen systems. And so what we could do, for example, if we have a lot of nonprofits and faith-based groups that are saying that they really want to provide food for the homeless, but they don't have a commercial kitchen, that would be something that we could look at that would open up a system. If there's, right now in our collaboration between county partners, what we're hearing is there's key positions that would help the different systems come together. Because if you're a family and you have somebody in crisis, they don't understand the difference in the different thresholds within each system. It's even hard for our group to come together and understand who provides what services all the time when you look at eligibility and income eligibility. So we're looking at ways that we can be kind of a glue between different system partners that would produce a synergistic approach that would help in the long run bring more benefit to families so that they can help navigate these systems. So a long time ago, when it first started, you saw First 5s investing into individual grantees. That isn't the case anymore. So now what they're looking for us to do is look at systems. And if we go back to the health code that we originated in, that is actually the language that was in the health code.
Yeah, but sometimes systems don't work out. I mean, even and your numbers show that it doesn't really work out, because you have a lot of minority parents that like breastfeeding. Your allocation for those type of programs has gone down. You're more providing support services, the more concept business to business kind of concept, and that's why I kind of I question it, because the intention was always to provide a direct benefit to 0 to 5 kids. And now it is more of a wraparound services, where if there's a child involved in a family, you will now support the entire family and any other support provided to that family that has a child that's 0 to 5.
I would love to meet with you, because actually we're still providing direct services. So we used to provide, before the strategic plan in 2014, we used to provide 145 services, but we found now that with our change in structure and providing direct services, it's cut our cost. We're able to attract new money, and we're serving over 6,000 direct services. So that is in addition to our system. Sometimes opening up systems is successful in reaching more families, and that's what we found. And we spend at least 20% of our budget on evaluation with an outside evaluator. So I think I sent our data report, but if you look at that, you'll see our direct services, actually, we've increased them by 300%.
Well, for the sake of time and my fellow supervisors and members of the public, there's something that could go on for hours, and you're probably right. We'll probably need another set of meetings to talk about this, because what you're saying today, you're not convincing me, and what I'm telling you, I'm not convincing you either. So I'm okay. Let's move on and hope we can set up a meeting in the future. But one big final issue that I have is about this $1 million for a facility. You got to remember that these are taxpayers' money, and if you were to get taxpayers' money and if it goes to some endowment, and there's interest earned on that endowment, that's taxpayers' money too. Just want to
Just to
keep your head up on
clarify,
that.
so we're not purchasing a facility, and also the revenue that we're using to lease that is coming from e-cigarette revenue that comes down from the state. So we're aware that we wouldn't be able to put public money in any kind of endowment. So that's not happening at First Five. So this is a lease that we're signing.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other, Supervisor Munzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. County Council brought up the MOU. I believe the MOU specifies that First Five is supposed to share their financial statements with the county. That was an issue with our outside auditor for our last audit, and it caused us not to have a clean audit. Have those issues been resolved with First Five?
It's my understanding that they are working. It's my understanding that the auditor's office is working with First Five to make sure that there's no issues in the future.
Okay,
So,
I just,
yes.
any relationship the county has with First Five, that needs to be resolved. And this board needs to be aware of it, and that needs definitely to be resolved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any comments, Ms. Faulkner, on that?
Yes, we provide a financial audit every year, and the note from the auditor was a delay in receiving OPEB information. So even though we're an independent agency, we still have employees that were county employees that are included in the county coffer and are included in OPEB. So that didn't change when we moved the county. So those employees are still listed in the OPEB. So we have to wait for the OPEB report from both CalPERS and the county. And so if you look at the notes from the auditor, that was what was outstanding.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's one of the most important issues that we have is, making sure our audits are clean. And there is a quasi partnership that the county has with First Five, whether it's if we view ourselves independent or not, there is a partnership there. And we probably need to continue this item a little bit further. Supervisor Medina?
Just the last thing, since I'm sitting on the board as a member, I will make sure that the audit is done. I'll make sure we have feedback in our meetings, ensuring that we comply with everything the county requires.
Okay, good. Thank you, Supervisor
Chair.
Taylor Cruz.
Yeah, I'm sorry for delaying this, but boy, I just heard the word. You still have county employees on their pension and the obligations. Boy, that scares me because it's an independent organization, but yet they're still subject to county, employee rules. There's something wrong with that picture, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I see Joe Paul Gonzalez wants to make a comment here.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to assure the board that this fiscal year that we're being reported, which will be fiscal year 17-18, we have all the information from the First Five, and it concerns actually, last year actually concerned pension, the GASB 68 requirements. And that is why the independent opinion of the county's auditor produced a qualified opinion on the discretely presented component unit, and it was related to pension. Just wanted to clarify that item. If for 17-18, that will be the first year that GASB 75 OPEB requirement will be needed to be reported correctly. So, and we have that information.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open it up to public comment right now. Anybody would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. Is there any closing thoughts on this? This is just a presentation, no action. Ms. Faulkner, or
I think that what I'd like to leave you with is the first 5 San Benito, we've expanded our services and increased money coming into the county. And I think that it is well worth our while to continue a healthy relationship with not only the supervisors, but also county system partners. I believe that children and families will benefit from doing so. I know that First 5, we produce a clean audit every year to the Board of Supervisors, and I've also included the actuarial report that's done by an independent contractor. So I plan to meet with all of you and look forward to answering any more of your questions.
okay.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
last question. Lisa, do I sense that you're going to be asking for funding from the county?
We are putting together a funding plan, and we plan to raise over $1 million, and we're looking at all our opportunities in the county.
Okay.
So we've been successful in raising $800,000 in addition to Prop 10 taxes. And so we plan to double that and that would mean $1 million more for San Benito residents and families. We believe that the infrastructure and investment in the county would include families and children.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next item, 37.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to invite up Joe Paul Gonzalez, our auditor controller, elected official. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and discuss the November 6th elections, statewide elections.
We'll probably take a break.
No, we don't need a break. No.
Again, good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Today before you, as in my capacity of Register of Voters, I wanted to, after speaking to our CAO shortly after the November 6th election, he suggested that that we put together a report about how this election went. We purchased new election equipment from Dominion Systems recently. We also purchased new e-poll books to assist us in the election. And so, we want to talk to you a little bit about that, the experience with the new equipment. Some of the things that the legislative changes that have occurred in administering elections that that provide the elections department with the challenges that face us, and how we want to talk a little bit how we want to meet those challenges in the future. And to do that, I have here Assistant Clerk, Recorder, Register of Voters Angela Curl to talk about those details. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Angela Curro. This is a really quick, because I know you guys are not necessarily here to hear this, so, but you're going to be excited and informed. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank the board members for allowing me to speak today and the CAO. This was a very challenging election, and I see nothing but more challenges in the future. However, the new voting system that was approved by the board and implemented this calendar year was a wonderful success in our opinion. It streamlined the ballot layout process, which allowed us for more layout options. It kept us with only 2 cards instead of going to a 3rd card for the ballot. In some counties like Contra Costa, they went to 6 cards. So this was a huge savings in printing and mailing to all the voters. We also improved our efficiencies in ballot counting on election night, and with the vote by mails, we were able to process in almost half the time. We processed all of election night by election night from the polling places. These are polling place ballots, not all the vote by mails, but we were able to get that done by 10:30. Additionally, the new adjudication system, if you haven't seen it, it is completely transparent and public. You can watch us count ballots. It allows the voters and the public to see when ballots are unreadable and a decision has to be made on voter intent, and that was a really great success and streamlined our tabulation process. We also reduced in-house volunteers by 50%. So we only had 50% less of volunteers in our office, which was a wonderful addition for me because then we're not having to manage and supervise so many people. The convertible sample ballot voting program. Anybody remember that program? It's a great program. We had a wonderful, successful turnout on that. We had approximately 45% of our polling place voters on the slide that you can see here, and I have handouts in the back, so if you can't read this, I apologize. But this goes all the way back to 1990, and what it's showing you on the screen is in the green, those are our permanent vote by mail voters. So if you see down at the bottom, you're looking at 1990 and or 96. In 1996, we only had 1,929 permanent vote by mail voters and over 6,925 that were polling place voters. The yellow line is the line that's showing polling place voters, and as you can see, the move has been to vote by mail and being a vote by mail voter. At the top, you will see there are two purple lines in the June primary and in the November general. Those are our convertible sample ballot results. Those are polling place voters that took advantage of the convertible sample ballot, and it increased our participation of our polling place voters, which is a much lower turnout than our vote by mail voters, so we thought it was a great success. Additionally, we, out of the purple convertible sample ballot voters that did vote, 40% plus decided to become permanent vote by mail voters. So in the future, they have decided that they thought that was easy enough, so they're going to just be permanent vote by mail voters. Electronic poll books, as Joe Paul mentioned, were implemented. 10X Software Solutions was our vendor. They help us monitor what's happening at a polling place. You used to go to a polling place and sign a paper roster. Now you do an electronic check-in on a tablet. This allows us to see how many people are checking in, how many ballots are being used remotely, so we can see if there's any shortages that might be coming up. It also shows us and gives us projections on turnout. We're excited in 2020 the vendor's going to be adding that we can see how many people have dropped off their ballots. So their vote by mails, when they're dropped off, will be trackable on this new system. That was not available this year, so we're excited about that. This new system reduced our provisional ballots. These are voters that went to the polls, and because of some sort of discrepancy, they were ineligible to vote a regular ballot. They had to vote a provisional ballot. Out of the provisional ballots, we went down by almost 50% because of this new system. We went from 376 in a similar election in 2014 down to only 200 in this election, which saved a lot of staff time and a lot of grief to the voters. We see this in 2020, reducing in the primary by over 300 voters will not have to vote provisional because of this system.
If I could just interject here, that's really critical to increasing the full count of the election. You know, we count elections faster when we lower the provisional ballots.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're projecting in the 2020 general election, it could reduce down by 400, which is almost 2 to 3 solid days of processing in our office. Conditional registration. Some of you may know and some of you may not know, but there is now in California, it passed in 2017, same-day registration. 15 days prior to the election, you're required to register to vote to be eligible to vote a regular ballot. Well, in California now, you can come into our office after the 15-day close and register and vote the same day. In the June primary, we had only 44 people take advantage of this. We had 179 plus take advantage of this in this last election. It takes about 30 to 45 minutes to process every one of these voters. It is a huge labor-intensive process because we have to compare it to the statewide database, ensuring that the voter has not voted in any other county in the state. Let's see here, what else on that? We're anticipating in the 2020 election that we could have 400-plus people take advantage of registering and voting on the same day. So one of the impacts that we're going to have is an increased office space for our lobby. So we're going to reconfigure our existing space, and we're going to make more room for our lobby so we can get the voters in and out in a more timely manner. Okay, registration increase. Okay, so this slide is showing you the historical voter registration process by year, and it goes back to 1990. The presidential is in green, odd years, which is non-election time, is in red, and the gubernatorial election is in blue. Now, what this chart is showing us is that we have seen a tremendous increase in voter registration, and this is because of two reasons. In 2016, the state of California, the Secretary of State's office, implemented online registration. So it's very easy to register and vote online, not vote online, but register online utilizing the DMV signature. However, it does also cause a lot more confusion because voters register and then they re-register and then they re-register, and you can have 4 to 5 re-registrations in about a 5-minute period because they really don't think it worked. So just so you know, if you do it one time and it says you're complete, it really worked. You don't need to do it again. Additionally, this shows us in 2017 or 2018, we have almost met the same presidential 2016 registration numbers in San Benito County. That is because we also implemented Motor Voter 2. Motor Voter 1 is, back in the 90s, it was implemented when you went to DMV, you would have to be asked, would you like to update your voter registration? And you would have to affirm that yes, you would. They would have to offer you a registration card. Well, Motor Voter 2 doesn't work like that. Motor Voter 2 is you go to DMV and update your registration, or update your voter, your driver's license, you re-register a car, you do any transaction. It instantly updates your registration unless you decline in writing. So if you're not reading carefully when you're at the DMV, you're updating your voter registration, and if you're registering a vehicle and it's not at your residential address, it's moving you to the address that you're doing your transaction at. So just be mindful of that. And if you have questions, feel free, call our office. I talk to people all the time about it.
If I could interject here, this was the reason that there were several voters that received several ballots because they went and registered a vehicle. They went and got a new driver's license. They had different business at the DMV. And each time that they went and conducted business, at that time, Motor Voter, the DMV was sending ballots for each one of those events. So people were getting confused. The state, they think they've solved that problem. We'll see for the next election.
And just so everybody knows, first ballot in is the only ballot counted. If you send in another ballot, guess what? I catch it and I refer it to the Secretary of State's office and the DA's office. I am extremely diligent about that. And Joe Paul gives me a lot of leeway to be able to enforce nobody gets to vote twice. As long as I can keep working on that, I will. When Joe Paul did say that DMV sends the new ballot, it's an automated system where it updates our registration, and then our system generates the new ballot, which comes from us directly. Some of our challenges this election have been with the statewide VoteCal system. If you don't know, we are on a statewide database. We are connected with every other elections office in the state of California. We can actually push and pull voters from county to county. So it has really increased our workload because we have people that have forwarding orders, or they do a transaction somewhere, and it will actually highlight for us to do outreach to each one of those. So that is a challenge that we're working on for 2019. Some of our other challenges challenges to improve. We received almost over 9,000 ballots between the last day of voting, which was the Monday, and then Election Day. We received over 9,000 ballots in our mail or that were dropped off at the polls. In order to process each one of those ballots, they have to be handled manually, and that manual process we're going to try and eliminate. We're going to try and research. We have 5 vendors that we're going to be looking at while we're in Sacramento this week that have a system that incorporate with our election management system that will automate signature verification, and it will make it more consistent, where these 9,000 envelopes could go through an automated system instead of manually being processed by our staff, which is very labor intensive. Additionally, we have to thank our volunteers. Without our volunteers, we wouldn't be able to stand up here and talk about the successes that we have. Our election volunteers on Election Day, including our volunteers that work in our office and they come back year after year and they get a little tiny stipend, and I buy them donuts because that's the only other reason they come in. They make it happen for us, and without them, we wouldn't be as successful. We have some good news. We have some money coming. You gonna pique any interest there? We have some grant funding coming. Does that help at all?
Absolutely.
The grant funding, so HAVA, Help America Vote Act, is for accessible polling place accessibility and ADA to access to voting. We have a current grant of $10,000. We have 2 additional grants coming from the federal government for $20,000. Those are 100%. We don't have to have matching funds. But in addition, the state of California has granted $348,500 to San Benito County for matching funds towards a new voting system, and that includes previously purchased new voting systems. So we can get some money back for what we've already paid. So it was a good investment. Preparing for the March 2020 primary. Just so you know, we're still not done with this election. Everybody thinks, we've done counting, we certify the election, it's over. We got about another 2 or 3 months worth of post-election processing to do. So we're looking about February or March that we'll be done with this election. And we're already talking about the presidential primary. Does anybody want to talk about that? I don't really want to talk about it. I'd like to have a little break. But with that said, does everybody know that the presidential primary is going to be in March of 2020? So that means we're going to start the election in September of 2019. Aren't you excited? And that includes board members. So your election has been moved.
Job security.
Okay. Also, it could be, a health hazard. If some of you have seen me during election time, I'm a little frazzled. I'm looking more myself today. But yeah, job security. I don't need any more job security, but thank you. One of the things we're preparing for, Joe Paul mentioned new legislation. We're going up to Sacramento for a 3-day conference. I'm leaving as soon as I'm done here. And we are going to be learning all about the new legislation that's going to go in place for 2019 and 2020. We do not have any scheduled elections in 2019. Let's keep it that way. It's much cheaper to consolidate with the 2020 March primary, so if anybody wants to talk about an election in 2019, please call me. I'll tell you how expensive it'll be. With that, remote vote. What this is now that vote by mail has become so apparent by looking at the numbers that we previously showed. Accessibility and being able to vote from home with an accessible device has now been passed in California. And in March of 2020, we have to come up with a way of being able to go to homes for voters with special needs and be able to assist them in the voting process independently, not with us actually marking their ballot for them. So this is going to be a really interesting challenge, and the grant money is going to be most helpful. Last thing is we will be at our new law workshop for the next 3 days, and we can come back and report any findings if you'd like. And also, we are working and preparing for the 2020 census. I know I did a presentation for Renee Anchieta, who has been working diligently in preparing for the 2020 census. There's still a lot more work to do, and the more work we do in advance, it will only help the county get revenue sources from the federal government. Additionally, in 2021, we will be redistricting all of the precincts and all of the inner boundaries, and that is a huge process that I dread because it changes everything in elections. It just does. So, with that said, I'd like to thank the board for allowing us to speak today, and if you have any questions, I can answer them, or we can do a presentation on any of these items at a later date if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Favor-Cruz.
Angela, the 2020 census will affect the 2022 election, right?
Yes, that's correct. We redistrict in 2021 after the results of the census.
And then of those people who register like through DMV or other non-traditional registration capacity, the percentage of voting is still the same as traditional people?
So when it comes to the U.S. Census, it is not based on voter registration. It's based on the census survey and population.
Okay.
They do track and compare to voter registration, but it is not part of the balancing of the jurisdictions. That's based on population.
So you will know if 10 people register voted at the DMV that 6 of those people would have voted. You don't know that kind of information.
No, I don't know that. Sorry.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions, Supervisor Vito?
Just want to say thank you. Excellent job.
Thank you.
You always seem so well organized during the elections.
It's a ruse.
Well, you and your staff, they just do a terrific job, and just want to say thank you. And Mr. Joe Paul, thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of it is the support I get from Joe Paul, administration, all of you, everybody helps support elections, and I really appreciate that. So if you have questions or anything that you want to ever discuss about what's going on in elections and what you hear on the news, please feel free to call us. We're always available.
Okay. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, thank you very much for the report, Ms. Carrillo and Mr. Gonzalez. We'll take a short 10-minute break, and before we go to our favorite topic, CSAs.
Jack. It's just an eject.
Okay, we'll get back started again on item 38. Sao, you want to introduce the item?
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and invite up our director for RMA, John Girton. This is regarding CSAs, and he's going to go ahead and give a presentation. John?
Good morning again.
Good morning.
So this is an item you'll recall back when we were going through budget hearings, your board directed us to kind of circle the wagons and get a handle on the base information that we have on CSA and come back to you with a report on the CSA program in general. And so what we did, and thanks to the CAO's office and their help, we were able to bring on, well, so first, before I forget, is Jessica here? We were able to finally fill the CSA coordinator position with Jessica Stratton, who's here today, and we're very glad she's here. But then also, with the help of the CAO's office, get some additional help with precision engineering to help us with the actual detailed analysis of the CSAs and get the program.
John, now, is Jessica's position full-time or part-time?
Full-time.
Okay, good. I
And
want
then
that
some.
clarified. Yeah, even in my own mind.
Right.
The part-time position never worked.
So she would tell you she's worth 2.
Okay.
Right? And I'd tell you she's worth 3. So, so we brought precision engineering, and they've been helping Jessica kind of get our feet underneath us on CSAs. And so what you have today is really a high-level just collection of what we know to date about each of the CSAs. Doesn't get into details really about specific issues that we may have had or haven't had with specific CSAs. That will come back at a future time with specific recommendations about issues that we have with specific CSAs. But they've also helped us, and just this morning, your board approved a contract for street sweeping. At the next board meeting, we'll be bringing contracts for landscaping, which also critically includes drainage maintenance and mowing. All of those functions are functions that up until this point have primarily been handled by Public Works road crew staff. And I think you've probably heard, everybody's heard from the community that we haven't done a great job of providing those services. A lot of that has to do with staffing, especially in the road crew staff. We just don't have the staff to provide those services anymore. We have a number of positions in road crew right now that are vacant. We currently have 4 road crew staff for the entire county, and their primary focuses on road maintenance and potholing and mowing on the roads to keep the roads safe for everybody. And so we have about 452 miles of road that we maintain in this county. So if you figure that just simplistically, that's about 110 miles per staff person to maintain. That's not manageable, especially with trying to then manage landscaping and mowing and drainage maintenance within the CSAs. So that's been a real big improvement. We'll be able to work with those consultants and hold them accountable for providing the services that the community expects and deserves. So that's been great. So for this report, I'm going to invite Ken Vang up from Precision Engineering. He and his group have done the yeoman's work on this and bringing this to us, again, with the help of Jessica and bringing her on board and up to speed with the CSAs. And then we're just going to give a high-level presentation, and then we'll talk a little bit at the end about some direction we're looking for from you. But again, no real specifics on individual CSAs. We want to take the time to meet with the residents of those CSAs individually and talk about issues we've had in some of those to come back with recommendations and options for your board that we know we can implement. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ken.
Okay, thank you.
Is your presentation on here? Did you guys have a presentation?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Ken Vang, Precision Civil Engineering, address 1234 O Street, Fresno, California. I want to introduce the rest of my team. I've got Lizette here. She's been my assistant, helping me organize all the data, do all the research. And then also Don Pedroza. Give yourself a little discussion.
Thank you for allowing us to be here. little brief history on how we got a part of this is I was on the Board of Supervisors for 12 years in Merced County, and then after retired from there, went to work for Precision, and we happened to run into Ray and John, I think, at a ledge conference, and that's how we've evolved to make this happen. And we're really looking forward to the conversation and the meetings that we've had over the past year or so, and now we're starting to see the fruitions of it. So we'll go back to Ken. It's always a pleasure seeing you guys.
Always a pleasure, John.
Thank you, John. So feel free to ask me any questions if you think of something as I go through this, or if you want, just wait till the end and I can answer questions as well. So I want to go over some of the rules and regulations, what regulates CSAs, how we operate, and what they are, and some of the regulations that make it difficult for us to operate CSA. So Prop 13 is a legislation that was passed in 1978, which basically regulated property taxes to 1%. If there was any kind of services like road maintenance or CSAs, they got a percentage of that 1%. Prop 2AT was passed in 1996. This was more to kind of control, again, how fees and new fees are created. Basically, you need to have 50+1 majority vote to raise any rates. To create any new fees, you need to have a majority 2/3 vote, which makes it challenging for the CSAs to raise rates. But again, if you continue to work with the communities, you can still have success. The county's CSAs operate under the California Constitution, California Service Area Laws. This allows the creation CSAs to maintain a common area of public improvements that service communities. And then also LAFCO. LAFCO is the entity that allows the creation of CSAs and regulates CSAs. And then the board of directors for each CSA is actually the board of supervisors. And this helps because you know who your board of supervisors are, and if you have any issues, you can always go to your board of supervisors. There's a brief map of all the CSAs within the county. They are kind of scattered all over, mostly focused kind of around the populous areas. We went through and looked at all the resolutions that created all the CSAs and the services that are intended to be provided by the CSAs when they were created. There's also services that, based on review of the budgets that the county is spending monies on, that is actually not within the original CSA resolutions. This kind of summarizes here. The greens are things that we're doing that are not in CSAs, and then the reds are things that they're supposed to do but not doing as well. Or basically, we didn't see any of the budgets having expenditures in those areas. Doesn't mean they're not doing it. It just means they haven't done it. We did look at a couple of the CSAs. We did stop by Chelo Vista, looked at some of the issues they have there. Here, due to the water softeners that a lot of the homeowners have, and mainly due to the hardness of the water from the wells in this area, but the salt left over inside the sewage system as it flushes to the sewer treatment plant has a high salinity content, high sodium content, and so it makes it challenging for the treatment plant to treat the water to the standards that the state has mandated for the wastewater treatment plant. And we recommend that we look further into some pre-treatment of the flows before it actually gets to the wastewater treatment plant. And then any non-compliance of not properly treating the wastewater could be subject to fines for the counties, which will eventually be passed through to the homeowners. And then another negative about the water is that because of its high salinity, you really can't use it or anything else. You can't irrigate with it, so it really has really low redeeming values of the leftover water. We looked at Stonegate. Some of the things that came off right at the top of my head was looking at this is the well is actually located a little bit over a half mile from where the system is and the community is. And then the storage tank is located on top of a hill that's 190 feet above the well. So can you imagine the well is a tiny well trying to pump water to the community, and we got this other big water storage tank that's pushing pressure back down to the well. So it's going to make it challenging for the well to continue to maintain the pressures. We recommend looking at the water systems more, evaluating the water pressures, potentially looking at installing some pressure reducing valves to kind of sustain the pressures. We looked at Dunville and met with some of the community members. Dunville has a water system that treats manganese, and manganese is a type 2 element that we have to remove out of the water. The wells are located at the north end and the Dunville where the treatment plant is at. We're currently working with the Division of Drinking Water on installing a second parallel system for the treatment system. I propose or recommend a three-prong approach to kind of solving and improving the CSA programs here. One is we need to really work on improving the CSA finances, and then also we did look at the internal accounting process, and there's some recommendations that we'll be providing as well, and then also providing public outreach and education. This is probably the biggest thing that'll help the residents in the community. I've got a brief summary here of the budgets. I know it's really small text, but the big important lines are the lines on the bottom. The total balances currently in 2016. We looked at, basically when we started this analysis, we started with the 2016 and 2017 budgets. But in 2016, there's a starting balance of all the CSAs of $3 million. That are revenues of $900,000 and expenditures of $1 million. Of just the CIP budgets, the budgets that were meant for improvements to repair and repairs, $400,000. In 2016-17, the CIP budget was $300,000, and professional specialized services was $400,000. So it kind of gives you an idea of like the magnitude of work that is to be performed by the county through the CSAs. So overall, the total CSA budget for year 17-18 is approximately $4.3 million. The budget shows that of that, there's approximately $3 million in the fund balance, which is actually a good thing. However, only 24 CSAs have a budget of greater than a fund balance greater than $10,000, while 8 have a balance less than $10,000. So overall, the health is okay, but it could be better. Some things that we found as we're analyzing, reviewing all the budgets is some of the published annual budgets that's on your website did not match from year to year, and this is talking about only the years that have been closed, not the year that the budget is currently being worked on, because those are obviously in flux until the budget closes. But overall, in 16-17, I kind of went through $480,000 in CIP budgets, 17-18, $300,000, total of $700,000 in capital improvement projects to be worked on or to be made. The budget shows $2.7 million budget to contingencies. Now, contingencies, that's kind of a good thing, that's kind of a bad thing. Contingencies are meant for projects coming down in the future or projects that you're reserving the monies for. And so we generally reserve this money for these purposes. However, most of the CSAs don't have any projects identified. And then there are currently no staff working on, well, now there is, but at the time there were no staff working on any of the CSA projects, even if they were or weren't identified. And then I recommend that the CSA budgets actually create a separate fund where to put the monies for projects, capital improvement projects. They should actually be budgeted out of a capital outlay and asset replacement fund, separate from the typical operational budget. You have an operational budget, then you have a capital replacement budget. Going through all the budgets, several CSAs have various combinations of budgets, and they're consistently inconsistent. That's kind of what I found is there's one CSA that has no budgets. It's listed on the county's responsibility. There are several that have less than $1,000 fund balance. There are several districts that have no revenues and no expenses, meaning we're not collecting any monies and we're not doing any services for them. There are some districts that have no service provided by the county. In some districts, the HOA has assumed responsibilities, but we're still doing a budget for them. And there are some districts that are not paying to the county's cost allocation plan. The county's cost allocation plan is basically the kind of like an overhead of all the government services, from the auditor's office, tax collectors, the board of supervisors, even the administration and RMA. These all help facilitate whether it's the budgets or whether it's the operations, but all the CSAs should be paying to the cost allocation plan. Until the CSA has been formally dissolved through LAFCO, the county is still responsible for maintaining all the CSAs. Therefore, the ones that are inactive, that there's no revenues coming in and there's no expenditures, that have also been assumed by HOA, the county needs to move to formally dissolve these CSAs. Otherwise, according to the CSA laws, the county should prepare annual budgets for all the active CSAs, and all the CSAs should again participate in the county's cost allocation plan. And then the CSAs that are still active, and for some reason we're not collecting any revenues, we really need to look at why we're not collecting any revenues. The way the rate increases work is, if you were pre-Prop 13 and you're regulated by Prop 13, you should be collecting against those. There was opportunities in the past to convert them over to a Prop 218 ballot, and then they'd be collected under the Prop 218 in the cases where they were successful or they weren't successful. If they were successful in the past, if any new ones were unsuccessful, then the rates should still be collected at the older rate, whether it's a Prop 218 rate or it's a Prop 13 rate. You should still be collecting something, but to collect nothing is just not correct either. Some of the things that I recommend in the budget are that as we budget for all the CSAs on the anticipating revenue, we should budget 100% of the assessments, assuming that we're going to receive 100% of the assessments. This helps us do several things. That helps us identify if there's any non-collection or failure of collection delinquencies. So one of the CSAs we looked at, CSA 54, had 9 parcels. They were supposed to be assessed at $213.42, which is the full assessment rate. However, continuously they've been collecting around $14.19. And after further research, we discovered that there was 3 parcels that were still collected on a standby rate or ready to serve rate. Standby rate is basically they pay a lower rate until a home is built. That in that case, they have a nexus to the rest of the services being provided, and then the rates are changed to a full rate. And if you were analyzing your budgets based on 100% revenues, you will see some of these pitfalls, and you will catch them. In addition, to identify any lost revenues or revenues that are not collected or delinquencies, the revenues collected for that fiscal year should be reported in that fiscal year, and then any delinquencies that are captured from prior years but coming in that fiscal year should still be reported in the prior tax year, just so you know that if I was short $100 last year, that $100 eventually made it back to my budgets this year. And then as we looked at your budgets, it was really unclear whether there was just extra budgets for emergencies or if there was actual projects that were planned to be constructed. So recommend that as part of the budgeting process, if there's dollars to be placed inside the capital improvement project, whether it's the road maintenance, storm drainage, that an actual capital improvement program be associated with the budgets as well, identifying what the dollars and that $35,000 is going to be used for. These are the CSAs that have no fund balance and no service being provided, or a HOA has assumed the responsibilities, in which case we recommend that these CSAs be dissolved. This is a process through LAFCO. We process what they call a municipal services review report to LAFCO, and we ask that LAFCO dissolve these CSAs because there's no service being provided by the county. These are the CSAs we recommend to be dissolved or provide some other solutions. This is Ridgemark, Chula Vista, Stonegate, Union Heights. These have installed gated entries to public or unclear whether they're private roads. Based on our research, we didn't identify any information that they were actually been dissolved or the roadways have been actually fully vacated pursuant to the Streets and Highways Code. Therefore, really 2 options left is take down the gates and make them public roads again, as you're not allowed to gate a public road, or form some kind of an MOU and arrangement with the county through county council's assistance. We also received notice from the state that these CSAs are recommended to be dissolved by LAFCO. They're currently inactive. There's no budgets for them as well. We also looked at the internal processes of the county and identified several organizational constraints. One is staffing. Obviously, there's a lack of staff, and I'll go through that in a little bit of detail. And also time reporting, cost allocation. What this is the staff has a software called CAMS, which tracks the hours and time spent on whether it's a road project, because there got funding associated with it. But we recommend that this software be utilized by the administration as well. Otherwise, at the end of the year, what they have to do is, based on either memory or based on what they've worked on, come up with a percentage of what time was spent on working on which items, and then gets prorated back through the cost allocation plan. And then also budgeting, to improve the budgeting process. Like I said, again, identifying any capital improvement and what the funding is going to be used for. Improve the delinquencies, if there are any delinquencies, some kind of delinquency tracking process, and then vendor services, outsourcing the vendor services that you guys have. There were several contracts been going on for a long time that hasn't been re-competitively bid again. That'll help the county continue to provide services at the best rates. And then again, develop a capital improvement program, identify what the needs are, what the roadway systems are, what the next time an overlay is needed, and then start based on revenues and expenditures, identify when the revenue is going to be available and when those improvements will be made. And also improve the public outreach and education. So looking at the approved budgets, this is the 2017-2018 budget again. And these are approved budgets adopted by the board. The board approved 12 full-time positions, approved several positions, but there are 12 full-time positions that are currently vacant in RMA. This was at the time of the writing of the report and the presentation. There might have been some changes recently, but currently at the time there were no staff working on the CSAs prior to Jessica coming on board. We recommend that RMA fill the vacant positions, direct some staff to work on the CSAs to deliver the projects, even doing an overlay project or a road repair. You still need to put together some plans, put them out to bid, put an engineering drawing together so everybody can bid on the same things, and put the project out to bid. So that's going to take time and effort. Even if they did that externally, you still need to have staff internally to manage those contracts. So. And then we recommend that the county work on improving how the process of how the plans get developed, or process is, again, everybody direct bills to the CSAs based on what the projects they're working on. And then the CSA coordinator work with the CIP design staff in consultation with the outside consultants to deliver the projects. And again, everybody bills directly their services to the CSAs they're working on. And this is very similar to what they do in the roads already, so it's not something that's different. This is what's already been implemented in the roads. Public outreach is one of the key aspects, getting the community to understand what's going on, and also having a transparent process. We recommend the county develop public information, public education through various sources, and I'll go through that in detail. Recommend the county do outreach meetings with the neighborhoods, whether we're working on budgets, whether we're working on CIP projects, whether we're working on rate increases, but working with the neighborhood, and then try to get volunteers from the neighborhood to kind of work with staff on a more in-depth process where we can go through and identify the actual improvements to be made, or whether it's going to be rate increases, why we need the rate increases, go after the detail work, and then that'll help champion the projects in future rate increases and future services. And also, again, develop the county website. This is a major resource that when the community is looking for what are CSAs, or what are living, what services they provide, this is a great resource that they can go to. Some of the things that we need to really improve on is what I found in my history working on the counties and CSAs is a lot of the community doesn't understand what a CSA is. They assume that they pay the taxes and the county just comes and takes care of the roads and the streets along their properties. But actually CSAs are a specific boundary that those people in that community have paid for an additional service above beyond what the county does and maintains. And also talk about the regulatory framework and Prop 218 challenges, identify any existing infrastructure needs and why continual investments are needed to maintain the quality of life and property values. Develop brochures and mailers, and again, develop the county website. Several benefits of having a working neighborhood group. They'll assist disseminating information to the community, because a lot of times there's a lot of falsehoods and rumors being spread around, and these working group that are part of the working with the county will help disseminate the correct information and clarify what the truth is. Once you have projects identified for future rate increases, they will help champion those projects and help champion the rate increases. So you don't have to go out there and campaign or market for the future rate increases. Not only that, but they help inform the county and what the service needs that are important to them, to the community, whether it's a street light or whether it's roads, whether it's drainage, which one of those is a higher priority. That tells us what we need to be focusing on. And then lastly, we create an open, transparent process where they can see our budgets. We'll openly show them our budgets, openly show them why we can't accomplish certain things that we need to accomplish and what it is that we need to accomplish in the future. The county website, things that we need to put on there. I think we've already started working on a lot of stuff. This is already available. A lot of people don't know where the CSAs are, what the boundaries is, what parcels they're served, who's in the CSA, what service they're being provided. If there's budgets for a CSA, they need to be published on the website so people can go to them and say, hey, here's the budgets for this CSA, here's what we're trying to do. If there's going to be any neighborhood meetings for that specific CSA, the website can also be a place where we can advertise that and identify that. And then any rate increase information for future rate increases, whether it's a presentation or whether it's a calculation of the rates, it can also be published on the website as well. So again, the vendor services, currently the county has been utilizing the roads department staff, just as John's been mentioning, on road repairs, potholes, mowing and trimming. Currently the county, at the time, the county had 2 contracts for street sweeping, and then also 3 sewer and water system contracts. They're all through one vendor, but managing three systems. We recommend that the county issue RFPs, which we've already done, and we worked with the county staff to ensure that we have multiple options on the services for street sweeping, whether it's quarterly, monthly, annually, and budgets for them, so that we can identify, which districts has ability to pay for what services, and the services are catered to the districts based on their ability to pay, and also bring on accountability, making sure that the contractor did the work, performed the services, because we don't have the staff to follow them around. And so we requested a GPS printouts along with their invoicing, so we know that the work has been done. In addition, we're currently working on the landscape and irrigation, but still in the future, we should be looking at, again, redoing the sewer and water system operations contracts as well. And as we do this, we're bundling several CSAs together in the RFP. We're providing multi-year contracts, providing alternate pricing for various frequency of services. That way we can tailor the services to the CSAs and bring accountability to the services. And again, move on. So here's my preliminary implementation schedule. We're working on the first year, improving the assessments, budgets. The second year, working on identifying the projects, and then improving public outreach, started doing neighborhood meetings. What are the next steps? We'll continue working with the county to develop, outsource the services that are currently being used in-house, where they can better be served out by outsourcing. Working with the county to dissolve any of the inactive CSAs, working with the county to improve the budgets and finances, working with the county to develop outreach services and materials, and then identifying the CSAs that are in need of rate increases, the ones that have less than $1,000 balance. We need to look at what's going on and why, and then look at potential rate increases for them. And then work with the county to develop capital improvement programs for all the CSAs. They all have roads, they all have storm drainage systems, they're all going to come to a point where they need to be repaired and replaced. Some accomplished since we started this whole process, and the county brought on Jessica. We've entered into the contract services for detention maintenance at Ridgemark. Again, we've Your board just approved the street sweeping services contract. The drainage landscaping service will be coming forward soon. We replaced 33 backflow devices in Stonegate. We had the county had the pump at Stonegate we evaluated. They've done maintenance at the Long Acres Pond. And several of these other, we're working on the Dunville filtration plans, working on Quell Oaks improvements. We fixed some sidewalk, and then we're working on the retaining wall repair that's currently in progress. I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Before we go into questions, I know there's a number of people here that are looking to be heard on item 39 and 40. I don't see us doing that till after lunch after 1:30. So if you don't want to listen to CSA comments, we're here item 39 and 40 probably after 1:30. Is that fair to say, board members and staff? Okay. So with that comment, any questions for the precision from the board? I know we're not trying to make, the county is not making any excuses of past performance of the CSAs. We know we need to improve going forward. I'm encouraged by the analysis with this presentation and also recommendations for us to do a better job, as this has been a problem for a long time. And we have to straighten this out. And we've taken some steps enlisting your services to do from an outside view as far as what we could do better. I'm encouraged by having Ms. Stratton on board full-time, and hopefully we give her the tools and the ability to do her job. And but we need to, as a county, understand what has gone wrong and move to improve the situation. Any other comments from my colleagues? Okay. John, you have anything to add?
Sure. I just wanted to sum up real quickly. As you heard from Ken, there's a number of issues that we're trying to address all at one time. You saw a list of some of the accomplishments that we've been able to achieve over the last 6 months. What you didn't see there was some of the mowing and drainage improvements that we have used the road crews to do in order to address backlog work, because that's a safety issue, that's a health issue. It was a safety issue from a fire perspective during the summer. It's a flooding issue if we don't get it addressed going into the winter. So we've been working on all of that. But some of the things that we're working on going forward, it's a laundry list of stuff, but to continue standardizing the services that we provide, the stuff like drainage and mowing and street sweeping and things like that, there's really no excuse not to be providing those on a regular basis and communicating with the public on when those are going to be done. So we're making improvements on that as we go along. That's in progress. But then getting direction from your board on addressing some of the low-hanging fruit that Ken mentioned, and cleaning up our records and going to LAFCO and dissolving CSAs that we assigned numbers to, but then the 218 votes didn't pass, and so we never really activated the CSAs. From an RMA standpoint, we didn't activate them, so we're not providing services, but they are technically on the books, and so we need to clean up the books so that we're all talking about the same things and not being distracted. Working with Precision to develop an engineer's estimate and an engineer's plan for capital improvement and for a capital plan, so that folks in the CSAs have an annual perspective and an expectation for services that are provided on an annual basis, but then also understand why we're reserving funds for future capital replacement projects and when those are anticipated to be done and what they'll cost. Along with that is working with the budget office and the CAO's office and the auditor's office on how we budget for CSAs, so that anyone in the public can understand the budget, so that staff understands the budget, and so that we're tracking better, but that we're also clearly reserving funds for that capital program, and everybody understands what those funds are, how they can be used, and why they're reserved and not for special projects. Along with that then is the outreach that Ken talked about, so that everybody, staff and the community, the board, everybody is clear and has the same understanding about services in their specific CSA and what a CSA is, how it works. But then again, along with working with the budget and the auditor, budget office and the auditor, as Ken mentioned, we need to clean up some of our processes and our policies on how we collect money, and making sure that we're treating everybody in the CSAs equally and everybody shares the assessment the same, and that we're collecting from everybody who needs to, because they're all receiving the services. Some of that is internal within RMA, because when new developments are done and we issue building permits, in the past, the building division didn't know to communicate with the CSA folks to let them know that now there's new houses and new residents, and so that assessment needs to come up. And so we're finding a lot of new homes that aren't being assessed at the home rate because nobody tracked them, and that there's people living there now who should be paying at the higher rate. And then, along with that then is some of the CSAs, as Ken mentioned, are functioning in the red, so, and expect services that aren't necessarily part of the current 218 or the LAFCO implementation. So we'll need to go back and look at the 218 and what the assessments currently are, and are they sufficient for the services that are expected, and go back and communicate with the CSAs, and in some cases increase the assessments so that we can provide the services at the level that's expected. And then just specifically, I mentioned at the start, there's a lot of issues hanging out there that have been hanging out there for a number of years on some of the bigger CSAs, especially the gated communities. And we, staff, the county, we need to all work together to come up with answers to those questions. The community's been asking questions of the county for a number of years, and from what I can tell, we haven't done an adequate job of responding to those questions. And so we need to work better together, the different departments that are involved, to get those answers and make sure that when we give answers, those are the answers that we stand by, and that's the plan that we implement, so that we don't keep revisiting these issues again and again and again over the years. And that requires resources, and it requires commitment, and it requires making it a priority, not just in RMA, but in other departments.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the key from my observation, is the lack of communications in the past, prior directors, and I put an S behind prior directors and prior CSA staff people. We just never gave that CSA staff person the ability to work with the communities, and it was just that. In the past, they were just bean counters, and what we need is somebody that is able to be a go-to person and get the work done. I'm encouraged that we're contracting some of this stuff out. It was one thing different, 25 years ago, 20 years ago, when a lot of these CSAs were established and communities were established. We had 3 road crews, 15 people working on in each of our districts. We don't have one. And I don't know why it took us so long to have the sense to contract this stuff out, because those CSAs do deserve the services that we're collecting revenues for. And I'm happy we're moving in that direction. And hopefully in a year's time we'll be back in noting all the good progress, and we still have a lot of work to do. But with that, is there any other comments from the board? No? Okay. All right. Then at this point, I'll open it up to public comment. Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do have some speakers. Richard Ferreira.
Richard Ferreira politely and gentlemanly asked for a little bit additional time, which I'm going to grant, because he is a special person. And I'll give him 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm representing 22 property owners of CSA 35, which is Union Heights. As the developer of Union Heights subdivision, I was very involved with the reason and the impact of the formation of CSA 35. In order to develop the project, there were two conditions that had to be met that involved the formation of CSA 35. Number one was the road maintenance. Had to be part of the CSA, which meant that the county would be responsible for the maintenance of the road and the property owners would fund it. Two, storm drainage. This is the most important condition because why it was formed and the impact it would have on the subdivision property owners. The county had a flood problem with watershed that would run down the west side of Union Road and eventually end up ponding and flooding the roadway about the vicinity of the Riverside Road intersection. This watershed came off approximately 1,000 acres north of the Union Heights project. Their solution was the Union Heights project would intercept the water just north of the new intersection of Union Road and Union Heights Drive, create a drainage system that would include flow lines through the project, ending up in detention ponds that had to be built in the project for percolation. And through the CSA, the county would maintain the system. And by the way, even though this watershed originated off-site, the Union Heights property owners will be obligated to pay for this maintenance with no public fund assistance. This one item, storm drainage maintenance, historically from information provided by the county, has varied yearly between a low of 51% to a high of 76% of the CSA 35 yearly budget. 90% of the storm drainage system is not behind the gates. The road maintenance portion of the budget in the same time frame has varied between a low of 6% to a high of 12%. Yet the current RMA is trying to dissolve the CSA by hanging his hat on this item. Now some history of the CSA 35. For 19 years, it functioned without one problem. The first time ever a problem arose, the only factor that had changed was the county personnel running the program. I've been a general contractor and a developer operating in San Benito County for 40 years. The first 30 years, I met and interacted on a weekly basis with department heads and middle management personnel of the county public works, planning, and building departments. As you could imagine, in that time frame, that was a lot of people. And some retired, some moved on, a lot of changes, a lot of faces. And in 30 years, a lot of project items and issues were addressed. Sometimes we didn't agree on the subject, but we're always able to sit down, discuss, and work out a solution. A lot of friendships were developed with those people during that time. And now about your current RMA. I have never met somebody in that position that was so arrogant, rude, customer unfriendly, lied to me, and from some of his actions, unqualified for the job. As far as CSA 35 is concerned, the only thing I've seen him do is try to figure ways to get out of performing the contractual obligations. And by ignoring the maintenance of both road and storm draining systems, additional damage has occurred, which will cause additional expenses to correct. The CSA 35 property owners have been damaged. In conversations with members from other CSAs, the common theme is his bids are so far out of line that he's either trying to force us to bail out or he's not capable of getting good quotes. And as a property owner, I wonder if his quotes for the public matters in the public deal is that bad also. Now for finances. They show us a figure for revenue that is in the neighborhood of $1,000 less than what is collected in the taxes. They're showing only 20 parcels active, when 22 parcels have been active since 2016 and have been collected on their tax statements. Where is that money? Did it go into a general fund? Where is it hidden? Back to the CSA. Not one penny of public funds are used to maintain CSA 35. It is fully funded by the property owners. 29 years ago, when I was negotiating with the county on conditions of the subdivision, I viewed the CSA, even with the extra cost to the property owners, as a guaranteed protection against the possibility of some rogue homeowner upsetting the yearly maintenance of the project. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever consider the rogue would be a department head, county department head. Some of the things that your people here brought up was established boundaries. When we set up our CSA, we set up boundaries. We gave a color-coded map. They still use it today. Every once in a while, they'll call us up to give us a copy of it. We sat down, went over every single item. So they were established. There was no guesses.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I still got some more, and I'm doing 22 owners at 66 minutes. I'm going to finish. I got about another 2 minutes.
Well, how many
The budget
minutes?
has been reserved for 5 years.
How many minutes you have,
I got
Richard?
about another minute.
Okay, one more minute, and that's it, because we have to move on.
Okay, we also have in our possession, the county has turned over their tasks, all the things they've done, how many men, how many things should be done, and we have it available. They don't need to reinvent the wheel. You, the board, it is your responsibility to right this wrong and get us back to the same standard the CSA operated for 19 years successfully. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mary Michelson?
Those were those couple of those were the ones that were out of state using their minutes.
So all the ones from Union Heights?
Not all of them.
Susan?
There's a Chuck Serafini that would like to talk.
Well, let's do it this way. Whoever wants to address the board from the public, please step forward, and one at a time. We'll forget about the name thing.
Well, if they state their name, I do have
Yeah.
the cards here, but I don't know.
You could announce yourself.
Yes, my name is Chuck Serafini. I live in Union Heights. We were instrumental in approving the new 218 in 2009. At that time, Union Heights was gated. I think it's important to understand that when the project was developed, there were two irrevocable offers of dedication to the county for road sections of Union Heights Drive. Not one, but two. One of those dedications includes an area of the road from Riverside Road in on Union Heights, and a section of road from Union Road in on Union Heights. At the time we tried to gate the road, there were some issues. The county ended up accepting that dedication, so a portion of Union Heights Drive is county road. Yet we are, and the people that live on those sections are being taxed for the road maintenance on those sections of road as part of the CSA. We're also being taxed, as Richard pointed out, for drainage. Now, I understand that our new director wants to dissolve CSA 35 or make us take the gates down. Well, I can tell you right now, the gates are not going to come down. The only way they'll come down is if the county decides to accept that irrevocable dedication and make Union Roads a county road. And in that case, we no longer need CSA 35. You will still pay for all the road maintenance instead of us paying for it, and you're no longer going to require us to pay for storm drainage that is of no direct benefit to us. We're paying for the maintenance of that storm drainage for the betterment of the county that in no way benefits any of us that live there. And we were supposed to have that road slurried. It was slurried in 2009 for part of the agreement. It was supposed to be re-slurried every 5 years. We have paid money in, and Anthony, we have had meetings with you and Public Works every year, the last 3 years, with promises that people were going to come out, and even though they couldn't re-slurry the road right now because of weather or because of some other reason, they would crack fill and they would take care of areas where the weeds are growing up through the road, and we haven't seen a damn person out there in those 3 years. So now we're faced with additional expense because they've got a road that's deteriorating because the county hasn't done what it's supposed to do and lived up to the contract that it has with us. And as Richard said, I think you guys really need to get it together.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jack Murphy. I'm part of CSA 9. And my reactions this morning, in part, as has been acknowledged and recognized by the chairman and others of the supervisors here, this is a very long-standing issue. I'm going to try not to go into too much of the specifics or history, but there are a couple of points that warrant mentioning. But given the content of the precision engineering and RMA report that we've had this morning, it's obvious to me that resolution to these long-standing issues, which are CSA-specific and systemic within the RMA and the county, clearly reside with the Board of Supervisors. And I've heard that acknowledgement already today. So in my point, your definitive direction to staff is an imperative. And my view is we start over today. And I've heard things this morning that are very encouraging. Major issue for CSA 9 is the fact that we have restricted reserves that continue to accrue year on year, and they're currently in the neighborhood of $600,000. Why haven't these monies been spent has been a question of considerable discussion with supervisors present, RMA management, RMA personnel, prior part-time CSA administrators, et cetera, and it goes back many, many years. Our CSA 9 is behind the gates. One of the things that I appreciated very much about the Precision report is the fact that they have really dug into county archives and records. It appears to me that they have not come up with, and I hate to use this phrase given what's happened in the last 24, 48 hours, but they haven't come up with a smoking gun with regard to why the fact that we're behind gates precludes road maintenance. That's a source document that I have not seen. I've heard it verbally from many individuals, from legal to other management personnel. So as we transition into dissolution of these CSAs, it's an imperative that these $600,000 monies be spent on those taxpayers or for the benefit of those taxpayers that have paid into these funds, lest they suddenly find themselves in a general fund at some point down the road. Because currently, the 1,052 taxpayer residents within CSA 9 are essentially being double taxed, because now we provide road maintenance on our own via our dues and assessments. And these are some rather significant six-figure numbers. I guess lastly, I applaud some of the things that I've heard this morning with regard to communication. I look forward to that transparency. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Stephen Mills. I'm Vice President of the Homeowners Association of Ridgemark Bluffs. I'm also in CSA. We are also in CSA 9. CSA 9 was formed in 1972. One of the purposes for which it was formed is road maintenance. Now, somewhere along the line, somebody in the county, nobody quite knows who, made the decision that you couldn't do road maintenance inside gates, okay? If it wasn't a public road, you could not do road maintenance. And so what happened is that the funds just kept accumulating and accumulating. And as Jack pointed out, we now have $600,000 sitting in a fund in the county and that we paid into and that we are not getting any benefit from. Now, even though we're told that somebody and I don't know who, made that decision that you couldn't do road maintenance. In fiscal year 2013, 2014, we were billed, our CSA was billed $8,000 for road maintenance. 2014, 2015, almost $5,000. 2015, 2016, $13,000. 2016, 2017, $10,000. 2017, 2018, $10,000. So I'm at a loss to figure out what's going on. We're being billed for road maintenance, but we're being told you can't do road maintenance because it's a private road. And we need to do something about this. And I have a different take. I have found county personnel very responsive. They've been more than happy to meet with us. We've had several meetings with county personnel, but the litany we get is, we can't make that decision. That's up to the Board of Supervisors. We need more guidance. That's above my pay grade. That's what we keep hearing. And I'm appealing to you to do something about it, because right now we have $600,000 that we paid sitting in the bank that's doing us no good. It's doing well, it may be doing you some good. I don't know. And so I'd appreciate it if you would take some action to resolve this problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else? If not, I'll close the public comment period and bring it back to our staff and to the board. We need to probably state what our next steps are, establish some milestones as far as how we're resolved this, and be as responsive as we possibly can. I think the comments are very valid, and we do have to take some very formidable actions in resolving this and moving forward. Mark, Supervisor Medina.
That's fine. I have a couple of things to state. First off is dissolving inactive CSAs. That should be a no-brainer. We spoke about this last week. That's my first thought process. The biggest one is providing the services per the agreement. We have an agreement with each CSA. We need to be held accountable and provide these services. Now, the last one is the gated communities. I have a different thought process when it comes to the gated communities. It's simply stated, take them down. I don't know. I don't agree with that. I'm looking at the gated communities as they paid into a fund. So is that public dollars or not? I look at it, if there is a amount of money set aside, that is not public funds, so they should be able to do the road maintenance with those dollars that are set aside, because in my opinion, it's not public funds. It came from their taxes that are taxed every year. So, the biggest thing is we have a lot of history behind us. We're not going to change that. Let's all make sure we understand that. There's been decades and decades of issues. So we need to cut everything now and work forward. And when we work forward, we need to have a plan that has different milestones, a plan that we can actually look at and say we've hit this bogey and we need to move forward. My way of achieving something in this manner is to take the low-hanging fruit. So the low-hanging fruit that we spoke of last week, we can attain that. And then from there, move into a different, different bogeys. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from supervisors?
I'll go after Supervisor Munson.
Okay. John, I just want to thank you for this report and precision for coming up with this. This is a good first step. I have been struggling most of my time on this with the CSAs. I've used staff from admin to meet with the CSAs. I met with them on Saturday mornings. I met with them at night. We traveled to Santa Cruz to see how Santa Cruz was handling their CSAs, to learn from them. This is a good report, a good first step, but there needs to be more steps. Unfortunately, with what I was trying to do, it never could seem to get traction and go from step 1 to step 2, or from first base to second base. This is a very good report. I do feel that the inactive CSA, especially the inactive ones, we need to see what the process is to dissolve them, reach out to them in a public outreach, let them know that we're considering to dissolve them because they are inactive. The gate issues are different things, but that needs to be studied. We need to have a definitive answer to whether public funds can be used behind the gates, because everybody seems to be different opinion of that. So that needs to be resolved legally, and come up with a plan to go forward and start servicing these CSAs in a professional manner, because I don't think this county has done that in probably the last 10 or 20 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor De La Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember when I first got elected to the Board of Supervisors, and the former Supervisor Munzer holds today, and that is Red Bonaco used to tell me one of the hottest things you're going to learn as a supervisor is CSA. And my first question at him was, what's a CSA? When I first got elected, oh boy, was that a loaded question. It's been 14 years and CSA continues to be a problem. But I want to thank the staff and the presentations, even the members of the public, to share their concerns. We get it. We understand. We've been put on notice. Thank you. We do have to move forward. And it might require a series of steps to move forward. It might actually require having at least a couple of special meetings. Just too many people involved, so many budgets involved, so much resources involved, that there's no way we can give you a direction right now. But the thing we can give you is, let's start working on reaching some resolutions. I'm actually happy that Supervisor Munzer said about the gates, because that needs to be solved. Barbara, the legal department needs to solve that. We just can't just let it out there, and some members of the community think no, and other members think yes. It just puts us at a bind where if I vote yeah, that gate's coming off, and 2 years later we get sued, or vice versa. I don't want to be in that situation. That's why we hire legal staff to tell us what's the best course of action. And for those inactive CSAs, Jerry said it perfectly. Let's reach out to them one more time, because we want to be inactive, but there might be members of the public in that group that says no. So we got to do it right, and we got to do it through education and doing everything right, and it's going to require a series of meetings, and it's not going to get solved today. I don't even think it's going to get solved by the end of the year. I honestly believe that. But there are some CSAs that there's money already, there's a structure in place that we can help out today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, what's frustrating to the supervisors, and Mr. Seraphin kind of cued it in. We've had meetings out there 3 years in a row. Might have been longer than that. And yes, you're absolutely right. And frustrating to me is that we'd have meetings with different staff people, a lot of them that aren't here now, and you expect the work to be done, and it never got done, and so our credibility is just completely shot. And I think it has a lot to do with us trying to make the changes in the county that we needed to make, but that doesn't make the people that are paying the money feel any better. And we have to get this straight I'm happy that we have an implementation schedule up on the screen, and I'll let you talk to that in a minute. But I also don't believe, and I'm going to say this publicly, of some of the criticisms of you, John. I think you're doing the best you can with what you got right now. Our communication skills, we definitely need to do better. All of us, countywide, from this board down to our staff levels, but we got to give you a chance, an opportunity to straighten this colossal mess that we have, and I certainly think that we've taken those steps by bringing precision in and analyzing some of the stuff that I didn't even know about up to this time, and I hope they continue their work and we even delve and clean this slate a whole lot more. We have an obligation. If we've been collecting road maintenance fees behind the gate, somehow, some way, we got to get that back to those communities. If it's a one-time road maintenance repair, and then the community could decide whether they want to keep the gate up or take it down for us to take care of it on the ongoing basis. But I've heard you make that offer before, and but the main thing is we got to find out what was the contribution and spend that contribution within that community, or return it to them and go from there. But there's quite a bit more work to do. But I'm supporting this program. I hope we finally get this right, and I see progress. So I'll turn it over back to you, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just, on the issue of gates, I'm trying to find solutions like everybody else, and I'm trying to find solutions within the laws and regulations and guidelines that I know I need to function under, that the staff needs to function under, that the county needs to function under, and that I'm being guided by legal counsel that we need to function under. So I'm just trying to find solutions. That's why I said we're not making recommendations on the gated communities right now, because it's a complex issue. As far as the implementation, you see what Ken presented up here. This is not months. This is a multi-year process to get this up to date and keep it going. So there's a lot. As I mentioned, I gave you a whole laundry list of things that we're addressing. That's just the high-level stuff. So this isn't something that we fix overnight. It's something we make improvements on overnight as we go forward, and we've already made those improvements. And we continue to make those improvements, and we just need cooperation from everybody involved in the process with us, and assistance and support, so that we can continue to make the progress, because we're trying, and we're doing the best we can with what we've got. So with that, I'm available for any more questions.
Okay. All right. With that,
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
I understand it's a year by year, but I think you need to come to the board maybe on a quarterly basis and give us updates monthly.
Sure, we can do that. Yeah, and we'll start to put dates to some of these in the year program, and I can guarantee you it'll be part of the budget discussion as we go forward as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion, Supervisor De La Cruz, and then we could see how things are kind of progressing. So,
Yeah,
okay.
and we'll put dates and deliverable dates on these things so you know when we're going to deliver.
Any other comments from the board?
Yeah, one more, Mr. Chair. Also, on that monthly report, we'd like to hear your current staff, your staff needs, and what other staff do you need to reach that second goal?
Sure.
Because it's not fair for you to come to the board and saying, okay, we're meeting this, and then the biggest issue is you don't have staff time. So the board needs to know why you haven't met a date,
okay.
A due date.
Sure.
Okay. With that, I guess that's the information report. I want to thank Precision and everybody on that team, and we'll move to have a working lunch, a closed session. County Council, would you like to report for closed session?
42, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, subdivisions A and D1 of 54956.9, name of case Aguilar versus County of San Benito, U.S. District Court for Northern District of California, case number 517 CV 06, let's see, 06, it looks like, 06859. 43, closed session, conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54956.8, property street address 2733 John Smith Road, Hollister, California. Agency negotiators Ray Espinoza, County Administrative Officer. Kathleen Gallagher and Kevin McCarthy are deleted from that. They're no longer the negotiators. Deputy County Counsel Shirley Murphy and County Counsel Barbara Thompson. Negotiating parties, County of San Benito and Waste Connections, under negotiate price and terms of payment. Number 44, closed session, conference of legal counsel, anticipated litigation and initiation of litigation pursuant to D4 of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number of cases 1 and 45 will be coming off the agenda.
Okay. Would anybody like to comment on any closed session items? Seeing none, I guess we'll go and work through lunch.
Okay. This is called Mark Lunch.
Let's see whether we can get, John.
And coming out of closed session. County Council, would you like to report out from our closed session?
There was no reportable action.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on to the cannabis item, we're due item 41, which is a public hearing for the land conservation contracts. It won't take that long, so we'll do this item first.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon,
members of the
Tom.
board. I'll make it go fast as I can. I know you guys got a busy day ahead of you. In your packet, you have the LCA staff report. You have division applications, compatible use applications, and a lot line adjustment application. And also the recommendations of your committee. The first application you have is a division request. This is Los Aguilas Corp. And this ag preserve is 26,900 acres, contract number 6934. This is a cattle ranch. It's located east and southeast from Hollister off of Santa Ana Valley Road. The current request is to divide the 26,900 acres into 7 new preserves, 5,043 acres, 1,719 acres, 1,840 acres, 1,384 acres, 1,200 acres, 8,350 acres, and 7,364 acres. It meets all our minimum requirements of the Williamson Act, and your committee recommended approval of this division request.
Okay. Any questions for the assessor? Any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for motion.
Motion to approve, Mr.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none. We'll move on to the next one.
The second division request is Shingai. This is 29.3 acres, contract number 7439. It's row crop land near San Juan Bautista. The request is to divide the contract into 2 new preserves of 11 acres and 18.3 acres. There are currently 2 houses on the farm. Each new preserve would have 1 house. It does meet our minimum requirements. It's 10 acres for row crop ground, $3,500 annual gross income. And your committee recommended approval of this division request.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Any questions, comments from the public? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. We'll
And that's
move on.
based upon the motions that are set forth on page 1713. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. We'll move on to the next contract.
The next division request is the wine group. These are 2 parcels. They're 506 acres and 77 acres. Contract number 1102 and 1103. This is vineyard property 13 miles southeast of Hollister on Airline Highway. The request is to divide and reallocate the vineyard property into 2 new preserves of 40 acres and 543 acres. Applicant is wishing to sell off the large estate home with 40 acres, of which 11.6 acres is vineyard. They plan to continue farming the operation and leasing it back. The 543 acres consist of 151 acres of vineyard. This meets our minimum requirements, and your committee recommended approval of this division request.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Any questions, comments from the public? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chair.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none. Next.
Next division request is Tobias Trust Partnership. This preserve is 4,841 acres under contract number 6850 and including an enlargement in 1973. This is a cattle ranch. It's located in the Emmett area, which is 21 miles southeast of Hollister on Panoche Road. The request is to divide the preserve into 3 new preserves, 354 acres, 356 acres, and 4,131 acres. It meets all the requirements of the Williamson Act, and your committee recommended approval of this division request.
Okay. Any questions from board? Seeing none. Any comments or questions from the public? Close the public comment, bring it back to the board for action.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chair.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Next.
Next, we move on to compatible uses. It's D&D Bergantino. On this particular preserve, the applicant filed a compatible use to construct a compost facility. They have withdrawn that particular application, and your committee recommends you accept the withdrawal of the compatible use application.
Okay, very good. Questions or comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a motion.
Motion to accept withdrawal.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none.
Next compatible use is Lone Tree Ranch. This preserve is 6,800 acres. Contract number 7159. It's a cattle ranch located about 25 miles northeast of Hollister off of Lone Tree Road. The applicant is requesting to expand the event center uses. They came before this board back in 2009 and got approval to build a hunting lodge and 9 cabins. Now they're asking to, besides the hunting parties, is to have social events, business retreats, weddings, receptions, ag and recreational tourism, using the improvements previously allowed in the compatible use. They're also requesting additional improvements to enlarge the headquarters. They want to add 1 additional cabin, making a total of 10 cabins, 6 clamping tents, which are luxury type tents, in different locations, all within the approved footprint, previously approved. And they're also asking flexibility in the number of the bedrooms previously approved, up to 4 bedrooms per cabin. So in our county ordinance, outdoor recreational uses and event centers are allowable. And in this situation, the approximate acreage is 10 acres of land, which was previously approved. Your committee recommended approval of this compatible use.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Medina?
Got one quick question on that, and this might be for the COA and Barbara. On something like this, when you're talking about camping and different structures like that, what type of tax is involved in that? Is there just like a hotel, is there some type of a tax?
Well, they would go ahead and pull the permit, and we would actually go out and tax the value of the property, and it would get taxed in the property tax rolls.
How about the renting of the facility?
The TOT tax, there probably would be a TOT tax on that, I imagine.
Okay.
And that Joe Paul's office would probably handle that.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the public? I'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Move on to the next one.
Next one, another compatible use. This is Las Aguilas Corp. Again, this is 26,900 acres, contract number 6934. They are also requesting event center uses. Again, hunting parties, social events, business retreats, weddings, receptions, ag and recreational tourism. On the requested division, previously requested division request of 8,350 acres, the application before you, the very first one. Approximately 10 acres of land is required for this compatible use, and your committee recommended approval of this compatible use.
Okay. Any questions from the board or comments? Any questions, comments from the public? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. I'll make a motion to approve that one.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none. And one more, I guess.
Yep, it's a lot line adjustment. This particular Owner is Acelas Benito LLC. This preserve consists of 2 parcels, over 711 acres, contract number 68100. This is vineyard property. It's 7 miles north of Hollister on San Felipe Road. Applicants requesting to lot line adjust 2.57 acres with a neighboring landowner that's not in the Williamson Act. Now, they're doing this because there's a mobile home that's encroaching the property. They want to get that issue taken care of. There's no income that's attributable to the 2.57 acres related to the adjustment. And it meets all our requirements of a lot line adjustment, and in this case, your committee recommended approval of this lot line adjustment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none. What's your pleasure?
Motion for approval, Mr. Chair.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. That's it, huh, Tom?
That's it.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. I
Appreciate it.
appreciate it.
I just want to say, Jerry, it was a pleasure working with you all these years, and
Thank you, Tom.
just want to wish you the very best in the future endeavors.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to our regular agenda. Item 39, CAO Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so the last 2 items on our agenda, we'll be discussing item 39 and 40, and they're both in regards to cannabis and the work that we've done. So I've asked and invited Dulce Alonso, our management analyst, to present this particular item with regards to the resolution and the application overview. Thank you, Dulce.
Thank you, Ray. Good afternoon, board. So to begin, I'm going to provide a brief overview of the application process that we have up to date, and also a resolution that authorizes the Sheriff's Department to conduct a background check. Oops. Sorry, this is not my presentation. That one's tablets. Oops. That one's yours?
This one.
Okay. I don't have the right one. Give me. Let me just load up the right presentation. Give me one.
That's okay. Take your time.
Yeah, this is not it. Here it is. Okay, so I'm gonna go over the application process and the resolution. So the application process is divided into 4 key phases. Each phase has its individual fee that allows the applicant, if they don't pass one phase, they're not out the entire cost of the entire application, or if they're eliminated at a certain phase, they wouldn't move forward. So phase 1 has the 4 key elements, but what I want to focus on today is the live scan and the zoning verification letter. So the live scan would be conducted through the Sheriff's Department, and in order to do so, we need a resolution authorizing them, and that's the resolution you have before you. And then also, as part of phase 1, it would include a zoning verification letter, and this letter would come through RMA. And essentially, all these, they would get a form and a approval from the sheriffs and also zoning. And these forms would become a part of the application process packet that would be turned into the county. So Resolution 2018-91 authorizes the County Sheriff's Department to access state and federal criminal history for cannabis operators and employees. It allows them access to the DOJ database and also the FBI database. So once an applicant passes phase 1, they would move on to phase 2, which we have been discussing contracting this section of the phase out. But an applicant would be rated on their business plan, neighborhood compatibility plan, safety plan, and security plan. And based on a criteria, they would be scored, and only applicants scoring 80% or higher would then move on to phase 3. Phase 3 would be conducted through the county, where the applicant would go through an interview process. And so let me highlight, so in phase 2, they would receive their first initial ranking prior to moving to phase 3. During this phase, they would go through an interview process with county staff or county committee, and there's a criteria they would be evaluated through. And this is where the applicant would receive their second rating based on their interview and contents provided. And in order to pass phase 3, they would also have to score an 80% or higher. Then the final phase is really the opportunity for the public to provide their input on the various cannabis businesses. And in this phase, it would be a public meeting with the recommendations from the committee and evaluation, and the final approval would be given at this stage. A little bit of the organizational overview. So phase 1 would really involve the Sheriff's Department, RMA, and the cannabis designee. In phase 2, we anticipate to contract that section out. And then moving down to phase 3, the interview process, it would include the sheriff's and RMA department. But in addition to that, various subject matter expertise that are not on this listed at the moment. And then going past phase 3, it would move to phase 4, where a public meeting is held. And it provides the public the opportunity to voice any inputs, any concerns, or anything regarding the cannabis business. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, and any questions from the board? I don't have as much of a question as much as a comment. I want to thank you for putting this together, our consultant, and all the staff that has worked very, very hard the last couple of weeks. This is kind of in my mind, a bonus as far as the steps besides the next item that we have on the agenda. But, to have this kind of laid out in parallel is very clear on the direction that the county's going in. So this is good work, I think, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And we plan on bringing a resolution forth on the next board meeting in January, ideally to adopt more of a final version, but this is the direction we're heading in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I was just going to reiterate again. I know staff has been in these chambers going over this and reviewing it, and really dissecting this. There's a lot of work that's gone into this, and we're still, have some fine tuning to do. But we'll be back again, as Dulce said, in January. We're going to look at the fiscal part of it, the financial aspect of it, to really understand what those costs are going to be associated with this application process. At that time, we'll bring it back to your board in January.
Perfect. Okay, very good. All right, with that, I'll open it up for public comment on the program application overview presentation. Anybody?
I have no speaker cards.
No speaker cards? Anybody wish to comment on this? If not, I'll close the public comment period and bring this back to the board. I think it's just a presentation.
No, Mr. Chair.
Do we have action here?
Yeah, approve resolution.
There we go.
2018-91.
Staff recommends. Oh, yeah, we got, you have a motion?
Yes, I already said it, Mr. Chair.
And you second?
No, I haven't seconded.
Second.
Okay, there we go. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose? Passes. We'll move on to item 40.
Mine too.
So, good afternoon. I'm Tavin Kinnison Brown with the RMA Planning Department, here with an overview of the land use aspects and the permitting, zoning and the permitting that will occur at the RMA Department. So, the county map here geographically goes very much to the south and the east. It's pretty much painted with the same land use color of agricultural rangeland. That is your darker color right here. So this color just extends basically to the southern and eastern county lines. So the zoning that we're going to be speaking about would be permissive for agricultural grows in the agricultural rangeland designation, which is this dark green, and the AP agricultural productive zoning designation. There's also items we'll talk about with amendments to Chapter 25 that speak to business and manufacturing type locations in our industrial zones, and those are shown here in blue and purple, where some of the industrial zones are. A little touch out here in Aromas, some up here on San Felipe. So these are the zoning designations. The lighter green is agricultural productive, darker green agricultural rangeland. So it's suggested, actually through the recommendation of the Planning Commission, that several types of grows be allowed in the agricultural residential district, agricultural rangeland district, and AP district down here. So as a conditional use, where you could request a conditional use to be processed through the Planning Commission, cultivation of commercial cannabis for mixed light, as well as any other indoor facility, including a nursery. And just the EE there is a formality of us just getting the numbering right. So we'd also allow someone to request a conditional use permit in the AP district, and just the convention of the way the code's written is it refers back to right here. The other districts, the other three districts that some type of cannabis activity is recommended as a conditional use permit is the CM Controlled Manufacturing District, the M1 Light Industrial District, and the M2 Heavy Industrial District. The staff had initially not included the M2 Heavy Industrial District, but the Planning Commission's recommendation wanted it to be a use that could be requested of the Planning Commission. So here are the several types spoken about where in the county in controlled manufacturing you could have also cultivation, like item D, but also entertain through a use permit distribution facility, a manufacturing facility, laboratory testing, or micro-business. And just as a reminder, a micro-business is generally a combination of several of these items together, maybe cultivation, distribution, a little bit of manufacturing, or thereabouts. And so these are new sections D, E, F, G, H, and I that would be added to the controlled manufacturing district. And then here's also the parallel as introduced also in the light industrial. So these speak to what types of business and where in the county that a use permit can be considered by the Planning Commission. And just for the wording here in the M2 heavy industrial, the numbering, it's the same. It's the cultivation, distribution, manufacturing facility. The following sections, the next part of this implementation of basically bringing a new industry to the county of San Benito are, well, how do you do it? What are the standards? What are the operational and development standards that would be applicable? And so we're introducing a new section 19.43 This represents the Planning Commission's recommendation. And the way this chapter is structured is this is where you would go to, find the findings and the safety aspects that the county wants to assure with any business that's going to be operating in the county. Also, that all businesses require permits, and that there's going to be supplemental, my mouse keeps disappearing, supplemental requirements for certain businesses. And it's also structured with general development standards that are going to be applicable to all businesses. And then operating requirements applicable to all cannabis businesses. And then these later sections, 100, down here, 100, 110, 120, 130, are basically some supplemental operating requirements particular to that business type, whether it be cultivation, distribution, testing laboratory, et cetera. And this ordinance, as drafted and before you, with the recommendation by the Planning Commission, also includes noncompliance and inspection and enforcement. So there's several slides here, just as a basic overview. Quickly, so I'm taking the findings that all businesses need to have. So let me just go, all right. One is conform to the county general plan, that a business be located in the appropriate zone that we just spoke about with Title 25. All businesses would need to comply with zoning and development standards. Be constructed in a manner that minimizes odor to surrounding uses and promotes design quality and construction. Be adequate in size and shape to handle your yards, your setbacks, your parking areas and loading facilities, landscaping. And basically that you're pretty close to a good highway system where you're able to, move your commercial and your other vehicles in and out with an appropriate, not causing traffic jams. And these are kind of generic here, that you have electricity, sewage, disposal, water. But also each one of these things is the county will need to find that each business has an appropriate security measures and plan for incorporating its design and operations. And also, very critical here, appropriate record keeping and reporting program in place to assure compliance with operational standards, as well as the tax, the revenue verifications of those items. So I won't dive into all the details here, but this is an important one that's been discussed in the community, is regarding setbacks of these structures from sensitive users. So Title 19 here does include some restrictions on being set back from property lines at least 100 feet. And this would apply to the AR and AP districts. Okay, but the Planning Commission didn't necessarily think that a 100-foot setback was necessary in the industrial zones. Someone's already living very much next to an industrial zone. They already have those impacts. And some, the properties are smaller as well. You probably need some of that 100 feet just to build a good building. Such a building, though, would still need your security and your lighting and to make all those other standards, have the right parking, et cetera. The second paragraph here, shall be no closer than 1,000 feet from any zone parcel containing a sensitive use that is in existence at the time of the application. So those are your schools, your churches, your other things like that, or 300 feet from residential zone. All businesses would require building permits, security measures, storage plans. So I could go into each of these details or keep it broader, but likely there's going to be standards for all cannabis businesses here that, restrict loitering, alcohol use. We changed the hours of operation to, instead of having a hard number, be more consistent with a use permit and an operations plan. Record keeping, standard fare, restrictions on alcohol and tobacco sales on property. And then, these are the title headings for additional detail for the supplemental operating requirements. And I could speak to any of those should you be interested, or present part of the ordinance. So it might be better to respond to more of a question and answer at this point, but that concludes staff's presentation on the land use aspects. And just as far as cost recovery, is right now, if you apply for a use permit, there's either a fixed amount for a minor permit or there's a deposit amount, so that at the end of the day, it's full cost recovery for the time that staff spends to process that. So we're not supposed to take a loss, and we're also not going to make a profit. It's supposed to be even. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, very good. Any questions from the board?
Oh, hold on a minute, Mr. Chair, you said, your prior question, your prior statement was, we're not going to make a profit or we're not going to make a loss. This is in reference to the application, or?
For the processing of a land use application, that's
Got it.
where we're at as a government, is to play it
Well,
even.
we might be greedy, we might want to put a profit on it for the community.
Yeah, once you have your canopies and the plants grow.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, we'll move on to the next presentation. Thank you, Tavern.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, so I'd like to invite up Tim with HDL. He's been here before, and he's discussed the 7.02 prior, so he's here to discuss that portion of it as well. Continuance from our last board meeting.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Board, good afternoon. Tim Cromartie with HDL. I will just give you a brief overview of the regulatory ordinance. This is a truncated version, a mini version of what you've already seen. But because the regulatory provisions are meant to work in conjunction with the land use provisions, which Tavin just gave you an overview of, we thought it would be helpful for you to see them just one more time briefly. Now, the overview, again, the goal is effective local control of the cannabis businesses. You can prohibit or regulate any cannabis businesses that are licensed by the state. There's the examples here, all permitted activities, but you can also prohibit all outdoor cultivation for personal or commercial use, prohibition of type 5 permits on micro businesses, et cetera. The only real change recently is that the state has a new pending regulation that to the effect that you will no longer be able to ban deliveries, and we have suggested provisions in the ordinance to address that contingency. Because there will be the ability and perhaps the need to at least regulate deliveries so that if you have a permit process, you can that will facilitate taxation of those deliveries to the degree they can be tracked. Now, again, this is an overview. These are the major provisions. This is not a comprehensive listing of the table of contents, but it's got authority, purpose, and content. All the definitions are based on the state law definitions to the maximum degree possible, either in state statute or in the state regulations. You have section for the cannabis business regulatory program, the application evaluation process, the business permit, and the employee work permit, two separate items. There are fees and charges, and there's specific language on limitations on the county's liability. Now, the highlight of the regulatory program, it is to be run by the county administrative officer or his or her designee. There will be two types of permits. Again, the business permit and the employee work permit for individual employees. The CAO will implement the cannabis business permit and employee work processes and requirements. All the cannabis businesses will be required to comply with state and local laws, regulations, etc. This will include any additional regulations imposed by the CAO or his designee. An example will be new rules regarding the regulation of deliveries. So in terms of the application evaluation process, Dulce has gone into that in some detail. I'll just give you the overview. There are three components: the departmental evaluation by staff, the public hearing, where the community has a chance to voice concerns, and the community would be both residents and businesses, and that would give the board as well as staff notice of any lingering concerns that may need to be addressed. And then the competitive evaluation process, which is going to be critical if you have more applicants than you do businesses that you're willing to permit. Cannabis business permits will be absolutely required if a business is going to operate legally in the county. No one can operate unless they have, according to state law, all three of these items: a valid locally issued cannabis business permit, a state license issued by one of the state licensing entities, and a valid California seller's permit that would be issued by the California Department of the Tax and Fee Administration, which is the successor agency to the BOE, Board of Equalization. Permits will be required for all employees. Volunteers are not recommended. You want to be able to track individual employees for three key reasons. First of all, accountability, so that you have a known universe of workers. You want to be able to control access to the cannabis facilities. And third, the sad fact is that a key driver of product loss in the industry is employee theft. So to help minimize that, recommend the employee work permit. This is basically a flow chart of the permit application process. Again, I won't go into the individual details. Dulce has already done that. But we think we've got the makings of a highly functional local regulatory structure. And I will take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cromartie. Any questions from the board? No questions, it looks like. Before I open up the public hearing, I want to give the opportunity to our staff, department heads, maybe sheriff, for a comment.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, thank you for an opportunity to share some very brief thoughts. Our conversation is about 3 years in the making, and we've had many conversations, and so today does not need to be a lengthy one. 2 years ago, when I asked this board to clean up the impromptu cannabis businesses that had surfaced in our community, I committed to you that I would work with full cooperation and help return with an ordinance that would mitigate as much of the public safety impacts as possible. And today is the fruition of that. I wanted to tell you that at your direction, Mr. Chair, the department heads have worked very hard and with full cooperation into bringing this ordinance to you today. Politics can be determined by the simplicity of a vote, but policy is much more complex. These things take time. Drafting a policy requires a great deal of forecasting, analysis, planning, and a whole lot of compromise. The art of compromise can often be defined as the point at which everybody leaves equally unhappy. With this industry, much like many other industries, the success of this industry is going to be contingent in part by expanding their consumer base. Some of those consumers will become impaired, and some of those impaired consumers, unfortunately, will choose to get behind the wheel of an automobile. Another key to the success of this permitted industry will be in part contingent upon our ability to dismantle the non-permitted industry, to provide oversight to the permitted industry, and to conduct effective enforcement of the non-permitted industry, and to keep our community safe from impaired drivers, and to monitor the now lawful pizza delivery model. My office is going to need more staff, and that staff is going to need more training. The voters have the role of determining the politics, but you have the role of determining the policy. That's your job. If you commit to this ordinance, if you commit to this policy today, I would hope that you would also commit to supplying the staff necessary to make this ordinance successful and to keep our community safe. I heard a conversation just a few minutes ago from our CAO indicating that we would be returning in January to talk about the finances. And at that time, it would be great if we could talk about the cost of having the additional staffing to make sure that this new program is a success and to make sure that we can keep our community safe. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Sheriff. Anyone else want to comment from our staff on the makings of this ordinance? If not, I, as one supervisor, hear that message loud and clear, and would hope that, you know, if we do move forward with this ordinance and this industry in our community, that we are be able to provide additional public safety people on the street, meaning deputies, and that's to be a benefit not only overseeing the cannabis industry but overseeing everything in regards that we expect our law enforcement to participate in our community, and we probably need to strategize that going forward as this process plays itself out. With that, if there's no other comments from my colleagues on the board, Supervisor De La Cruz.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sheriff. I really do mean that, and it's very important that we hear from you. You are correct. We set policies, but we set policies with cooperation of all departments like yourself, and that's what makes us a successful community. And for us, we'll lead once we meet in terms of budget and fiscals to help and support your department. And I want to say thank you for that. On that note, Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Oh, what? Pardon me?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Oh, wait. We got to do
Hold
the
on.
public.
I rub off on you now.
I got to open up the public hearing.
I'm sorry.
Mr.
I was
Chair.
like Mark.
Mr. Chair, if I
People
may.
out here.
Mr. Chair, we county council would like to report out.
I just wanted to mention one thing. Dulce actually just put in the back some copies of the full chapter 25.07 and 25.17 updates as recommended in the ordinance, as well as a copy of the executed copy of Planning Commission Resolution 2018-10. And I also have copies that I wanted to give to the board just so that everybody is aware of what was
Okay.
just put back there.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Very good. Thank you.
So this will include the new law that came into place.
Okay. Before we do any motions, we're listening to the public.
I want to go home.
I'm going to open up the public hearing. Do you have any speaker cards?
Yes, we do. Jim Keener?
Jerry doesn't want.
Hi, my name is Jim Keener. I am renting a building from Josh Watt, and he told me that you have all been through that building. It's at 2400 San Juan Road. And the indoor there is ready to go as far as we know. Obviously, it needs inspection. But one of the things I wanted to talk about, it's obviously this is a very expensive deal. It costs a lot of money to do this. There's a lot of regulation involved, a lot of time. And we know that you need tax money. I was thinking about this because, you got to be careful with taxes. And too much tax brings about a lot of problems. But I was thinking, so you guys could have tax money that when you do permit a grow, an indoor, let's say there's 10,000 square feet, the first pull, you would calculate the tax, and that would go to tax immediately. So you guys could have taxes to cover whatever's going on with what you need. Law enforcement, pay staff, that type of thing. I don't know enough about what you're voting on here today. Unfortunately, I was the first one. I kind of wanted to listen to some other people before I got up here. But it seems like the regulations that you have is really broad, like you're trying to bring everybody in, outdoor, cultivation, indoor. It's really big, and I was thinking that might have caused some problems, but it looks like you guys have got it figured out. I was thinking it was like eating a steak in one bite. It need to be chopped up and maybe let the indoor people get going because it's out of sight. I know that you had problems with outdoor because of lighting and smell and all that kind of stuff. So I was thinking if it was chopped up and you did pieces at a time and so you weren't overwhelmed, that might not be a bad idea to phase things in. We also want to grow outdoor, but, I can see how this is really a lot. There's a lot of work for the staff. Dulcie's been great. I've talked to her before. But I know you guys need taxes. And you need money. Obvious. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much for taking the time.
Pete Brazil.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Brazil. I'm an attorney for JRG Attorneys at Law, represented multiple clients in the county. You guys have all seen me many times over the last 2+ years. Again, I would like to thank the board, staff, the community at large, and HDL for essentially developing and producing the ordinances that we now have before us. It's been a lot of work. I think it's a good start. I think it's a good place to begin this business in the county. That being said, I believe the draft has a couple of things. I'm not expecting you to change it today. It's more for consideration in the future. I mentioned these last time. The first one has to do with the permit limits. Again, as I discussed, you don't have permit limits for anything other than cultivation, and cultivation is somewhat unique in the permitting area because it requires multiple ones to properly fit either a parcel or to scale up or scale down. The state has designed it this way to some extent. I know that it was mentioned last meeting that we will see a surplus in cultivation. That's probably true, but I also see San Benito County as having a large advantage over other people, including Monterey County. Your weather is much drier. We have a large mold bursitis problem in Monterey County that you won't probably face here. That'll give you an advantage. You're also able to build new greenhouses if you need to conform them the way you want to. That gives you another advantage. What I'm saying is people are going to migrate to you. You also have a program here you're going to have to pay for. And the ordinance itself in subsection D allows you, all you're doing is putting a maximum in there. You have at the board's discretion to make it 25, to make it 50, or whatever you guys want. I'm just saying, provide that flexibility for yourselves because I see you guys being pretty attractive as this goes forward. The other thing I wanted to point out is it comes in section 702070, and these are the bases for denial. They're in A3 and they're in B6. And I'm only saying this because I went through the amortization process that started with the ordinance you guys passed in 16 and it went through 17. And there's just language in there that talks about the timely discontinuance of unlawful activities in a timely manner. And I just want to make sure that people exhausting their remedies under that amortization do not qualify for that. All right, outside of that, I support the ordinance, and I thank you all for your work.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
I have no other speaker cards.
Would anyone else like to, please come forward?
Hi, I'm Jack Kirk from the community. I just have a couple of questions that's not clear. As I was looking through the ordinance, I'm trying to study it out. One of the last speakers just mentioned about outside grows, yet I think Mr. Medina, we've talked about only in indoor grow, so I was just trying to make sure there wasn't something there I missed. The other thing is, how are you, we got ag residential, but how are you protecting the 5 to 10 acre home sites up the, in North County, up the east side of Fairview Road? Is there any provisions? I remember again, Mark had mentioned that there were some provisions to protect 5 to 10 acres, and I didn't quite understand that, so I don't know if there's some more information that can be given to us. And then City of Hollister's put out significant investment with very little return. They don't have too many businesses going, so I think they've So are you ready for the county budget to go ahead and to front money to invest in this? Because it's probably going to be a couple of years before you see any revenue come back in. And those are the only comments I have. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kirk. We'll answer those questions after close the public hearing. Anyone else? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I think I know
Actually, I got a question, Mr. Chair. It's not a motion.
Go ahead. We'll add your question to the rest of them. How's that?
Thank you. We're going to review this, right, on an annual basis in terms of the permits, the fiscal impact, and is this program self-supporting itself?
Pardon me?
Are we going to review this program on a yearly basis to ensure that it's paying for itself? Because actually, the gentleman, Jack, can make a good comment.
I'm sure it's be more often than that at the start.
Thank you very much.
Who is best to answer the question? Okay, yeah, the county council could answer both those questions about the outdoor grows, whether it's allowed or not.
There are no outdoor grows for either commercial or personal cultivation.
That's correct. Okay, and then the 5 acres, protection, my understanding, it's 10-acre minimum.
And I'm looking for that right now. I do know that we have the setback requirements specific to, or above and beyond the ones that are for all cannabis businesses. There are additional ones, and perhaps Tavin knows it specifically offhand, but I do know there was one additional setback requirement for cultivators, and if I am given a moment, I will find it for you and tell you where it is.
Okay, that'd be great, because I'm pretty sure we set the setbacks where it was not, you can't fit it within a 5-acre parcel, and that was very important to this board.
Right.
Perhaps the HDL, Mr. Cromartie, do you have that one?
I'm looking for it as well.
Okay, it's a big ordinance.
That's one of the difficulties we saw trying to find it.
Yeah.
I have in my notes 300 feet and 1,000 feet. Sensitive areas, but a 10-acre 5-acre.
So in a zoning.
Okay, so the supplemental development standards applicable to cultivation sites is located in section 19.43.071. And it does indicate,
Can you repeat that, please?
sorry, section 19.43.071. And it does indicate that if the cannabis business facility is located on a parcel that's 10 acres or less, that the business shall be no closer than 300 feet from any off-parcel permitted residence. So it shall be at least 300 feet from that residence. And that's in addition to all of the setbacks that are located in section 19.43.070, which has 100-foot setbacks from the boundary lines of the premises, 1,000-foot setback from sensitive uses, and 300-foot setbacks from any residentially zoned parcel. So that's the parcel versus the residence. And that's a slight difference between the two. Are there any other questions with regard to the zones? With regard to the amount of setback, because I also want to indicate that those setbacks can be or don't apply in the industrial zones. So there is that caveat as well.
Okay, very good. All right. Any more questions or comments from the board? If not, how do we want to do this? County Council, I want to clarify, we have probably 4 actions here.
Yes, if you look in the staff recommendation, how it goes by each ordinance, so there's A, and then there's 5 subsections for that. If you go for each ordinance and make the motion that's required for each of those, that would be great.
So a separate motion for each of them?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So the first motion would be for the general plan consistency.
And we're looking first at ordinance amending sections 25.07005 at SEC. Then you have the general plan consistency findings, the CEQA findings, waive reading, accept introduction, and adopt the ordinance, and then to also approve the display ad. So you would do that for each of those.
I'll make a motion to amend ordinance sections 25.07005, 25.17023, 25.17044, and 25.17063 of Title 25 of the San Benito County Code. B, ordinance adding chapter 19.43 to the San Benito County Code. And C, ordinance amending chapter 7.02 of Title 7 to the San Benito County Code.
Okay, you have a motion
Second, Mr. Chair.
and a second.
Mr. Chair, for each of those, we'd also need to have the general plan consistencies finding. So I apologize if I wasn't clear. Perhaps we could do each ordinance and make the general plan consistency finding, the CEQA findings, consider the adoption, et cetera, and then retroactively approve the publication, and then also proactively approve the publication of the display ad. But can we do that for each of them? So as Supervisor Medina already indicated, we have the ordinance for chapters 25.07.
Okay, that was my original question to begin with, is how you wanted to handle the motion. And so you could take what Supervisor Medina started, A, and then go to 2 and 3, I guess, right? Included in the same motion?
For 2, 3, 4, and 5 of that
Okay.
of A.
All right, that's fine.
3, 4,
You've
and
got
5
it.
retroactively published.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so then the second one would be make a 2035 general plan consistency findings and determinations as set forth in the Planning Commission Resolution number 2018-08, number 2018-09, and number 2000-10. And then then you want to go to 3?
Mr. Chair, if I may suggest a motion,
Yeah.
and if that works for you all.
Yeah, because that's better.
A motion to, for ordinance amending sections 25.07.005, 25.15.023, 25.17.044, and 25.17.063 of Title 25 of the San Benito County Code, making 2035 general plan consistency findings and determinations that set forth in the Planning Commission's Resolution number 2018-08, finding that adoption of the ordinance, as stated, conforms, it's cut off here. Do I have? Thank you. Find that adoption of the ordinance amending those sections is exempt from the requirements of CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines, sections 15308, and California Business Professions Code, section 26055, subdivision H, and direct the RMA director to file a notice of exemption, and consider adoption of the ordinance amending those sections of Title 25, waive the reading, accept the introduction, and adopt the ordinance, and retroactively approve publication of the first display ad and direct county council to publish second display ad after adoption.
Okay.
What she said.
Well, we don't do this every day, and and it's a lot of work. It's a very complex procedure that we went through. It's just phenomenal, and I thank you for helping Supervisor Medina with that motion.
Thank you very much.
And I'll accept that amendment to that second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Hearing none, passes 4-0. And I want to thank the staff and the consultants
Chair,
for
do
working
you-
on
You got to do B and C.
Oh, there's 2 more? I'm ready to go. I'm worse than you, Heidi.
Thank God somebody's worse.
Mr. Chair, would you like me
Okay.
to suggest a motion for
Go
The
ahead.
next one? Okay. For ordinance adding chapter 19.43 to the San Benito County Code, make 2035 general plan consistency findings and determinations as set forth in the Planning Commission's resolution number 2018-09. Find that adoption of the ordinance adding chapter 19.43 is exempt from the requirements of CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15308 and California Business and Professions Code section 26055 subdivision H, and direct the RMA director to file a notice of exemption. Consider adoption of the ordinance adding 19.43 to the San Benito County Code, waive the reading, accept the introduction, and adopt the ordinance. Retroactively approve publication of first display ad and direct county council to publish second display ad after adoption. Oh, sorry, and that's it for that one.
Okay, so
that
Supervisor
motion.
Medina made that motion.
You know, second, Mr. Chair.
And Jaime, Supervisor De La Cruz, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none.
One more.
One more, go ahead.
Would you like
read
me
it.
to suggest it?
I throw my voice a lot.
Okay. For Supervisor Medina, ordinance amending Chapter 7.02 of Title 7 of the San Benito County Code, make 2035 general plan consistency findings and determinations as set forth in the Planning Commission's resolution number 2018-10. Find that adoption of the ordinance amending Chapter 7.02 is exempt from the requirements of CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15308 and California Business and Professions Code section 26055 subdivision H, and direct the RMA director to file a notice of exemption. Consider adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 7.02 of the San Benito County Code, waive the second reading, adopt the ordinance, and retroactively approve publication of first display ad and direct county council to publish second display ad after adoption.
Second.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none. Okay, now we're done. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I want to thank the staff for working so hard on this and our consultant, and thank you, public, for bearing with us all day long to have this in place. So we'll continue our due diligence. Okay, thank you. Motion to adjourn. No motion.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor say aye. Thank you. We're done for the year.
Thank you, Sarah. You rest. No.